Good morning. Uh-oh. Why can't I hear myself? Can you hear me? Why can't I hear myself? Oh, wait, that's why I can't hear myself. I know why I can't hear myself, because I turned myself down when I cleaned my board. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, Kevin. The earth says hello. Chair. My chair is crazy. Okay, wait, hold on. Sorry. I didn't think about this. I didn't think this through. I did not think this through this morning. Good morning, Neil. How are you? Let me get my chair closer. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. We're all in our places with relatively bright, shiny faces. This is the way we start our new day. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Mondays, am I right? What the fuck? What's up with Mondays? Why are Mondays so Monday? Am I doing okay? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Yeah. I feel like I went to bed a little late last night, but I just couldn't help it. Sometimes I just like, you know what it is? I spent my entire life, well, as many of us did, in fact, most of us, waking up, going to work, right? 35 years, woke up, go to work. And so I'm so used to getting up early, it's fine. But I'll tell you, I really have fun when it's like I can stay up late. I don't know if it's just like didn't get enough leisure time when I was working. I don't mind Mondays. Yeah, well, I certainly like them more as a person who is not attending to a regular job. I really do. So I don't know. I just feel like work is really overrated. And I think we ask so much of people to give their lives over to work. And I don't know. I killed myself working, really. I really put myself through a lot of stress that I didn't need to. And so I am a big fan of rethinking work, frankly. It might be the only reason I'm excited for AI is that if it does like get rid of some of the work that, you know, is mundane, that's fine. I know that the billionaires don't really, you know, care about that, but yeah, working in retail, Mondays are just another day. Yeah, that's so true, Kevin. You don't get a weekend. If you're working in retail, you don't get a weekend. You don't get a holiday, right? Like you're right. It's not like you don't even have the relief of, I mean, you have some days off, hopefully, but yeah, no, I know. It's true. It's true. Working in community is the outlier for humans. We're built for chilling and living our own lives. Yes, Neil. I just think there's a way. Hi, Mr. Spock. I just think there's a way for us to, and it's too bad because I really do think that AI holds a lot of good kind of the ability to give mundane work to a computer or whatever. That just makes a whole lot of sense to me. It makes sense to me that a computer would figure out which medicine is the right medicine, right? It would, not that it would figure it out, but that it would have the information available so that doctors could look at that information and really have answers that are take into account kind of global information that's available to them that they might not otherwise have had access to. So I can see so many positive things with AI. And it really, for me, just comes down to, and I know this sounds really, I don't know what, boring, I guess. Establishmentarian, I guess. I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, well, good grief. What do you do with your time? Yeah, amazingly, I feel it. I just think that if we really approached new technology, and I know this is kind of naive, so just play along with me for a minute. Play with me in this space. if we approached technology, like new technology, like AI, agentive AI, all the things, agentic, I guess, and we really thought about some guardrails for that as it was really coming at us like a freight train, and we didn't have a fascist dictatorship. There's that too. If we didn't have all of those things, if we had put in some guardrails, and I don't know what those guardrails are necessarily, by the way. I mean, I think there are smarter people that know what guardrails need to be in place as you're developing new technology, but I just kind of figure that there are people who know that there are some guardrails that we could put in place now to kind of guide us into this technology. But I guess that leads me into my other big thought for the Monday. I was watching the coverage of Alex Preddy's murder, and of course you can't. It was very hard to escape if you're spending any time whatsoever on YouTube or any other kind of service. It was very hard to escape the event, but then also people talking about the event or streaming about the event. And good morning, Teresa. Good morning, Jim. Jim Nalgren spent 3 hours shoveling and didn't get anywhere. Can everyone tell Jim what might be wrong with his shoveling game? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, Jim. That sucks, Jim. I'm sorry. Oh, that's poopy. That's just pooper scoopers. I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm here for you. Working, yeah. And so I picked the right time to help my son move. I missed all the coverage except a little in Discord. I know, Jane. Oh my goodness. Which, congratulations, and what a big move for him. I'm really happy for you both. Yeah. So I watched. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit of a masochist. Is that what it is? No, sadist. What's the person that likes the pain? Masochist? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, because it's Marquis de Sade. Okay. It's weird, like waking up from a coma. Yeah, it is. It's really actually not great. All right, off to take Loki for blood work. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, go, Kevin. Go, Kevin. I shoveled out Bright Eyes this morning. 2 feet of snow. 2 feet? Holy shitballs. Whoa. Okay, there you go. There's the new contest for this morning. The new contest for this morning is who shoveled the most? Who shoveled the most? Who shoveled the most? Yeah, masochist likes getting it, sadist likes getting it. Okay, so I'm a masochist. And I watch people that are dumb because I'm also a creator, and I watch other creators, especially ones who are starting to jump into the news space like me. You shoveled 0 inches. Fuck yeah, Kathy. Oh, sadly? Uh-oh, okay. I've got a little to shovel. I win. LOL. Less is better. Actually, Jane, that's a really good point. Oh, but the rule is you have to have had actual snow. Yeah, so Florida, come on now. Although Florida could probably get snow. Mr. Spock's going to go measure it. Yeah. Don't go outside. It's cold. Anyway, so I was watching the coverage, and of course, to my dismay, oh yeah, no, it's better to brush it off now and then do it again in 2 hours. No, I agree. It's 2 small loads than 1 big one. Yeah. I was watching as people were presenting this situation on the ground and covering, which of course, shout out again to Mercado for his coverage. Shout out to Status Quo for their coverage. I think their coverage has been so excellent. So excellent. And I've had my complaints with Status Quo, but at the same time, I really appreciate the coverage that they're doing for this particular and in many cases. So I think it's great that they're getting good attention. They've got that partnership with Midas. I think that's really good to highlight their work. Hopefully that works out for them. I don't know if it might be it's kind of a strange bedfellows, if you will, but that's fine. 10 inches of snow and 2 inches of ice. Oh, Jim, that sucks balls. God, I hate ice. Oh my God, I hate ice. You know what you need? I hate ice. I hate ice. I hate ice. I hate all ice. Um, I feel like people need like those. You know how I was looking at portable leaf blowers this weekend because I was thinking of getting one for protesting. And they're not expensive. You can get like a handheld leaf blower basically for like $40. So I was looking at those, and then I was thinking, and you guys just made me think of this. Actually, I wasn't thinking about it until you made me think about it. If those were heated, like little heat guns, I used to use a heat gun to strip off varnish on boats when I was redoing varnish. So I remember using a heat gun, right, as you're scraping the varnish off the boat, and so I was thinking, wow, and those were plug-in, obviously, because whatever. But boy, if you had like a big, like not a flamethrower, because flamethrowers are probably hard, but if you had a big like leaf blower, but it blew out hot air, why in the world hasn't anyone invented that? 22 inches max? Holy shit. That's a lot. So far, you're winning. I mean, if winning is a thing in snow. But I just like, I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, so I'm going back to the coverage. Okay, so the coverage was I don't know. It's just really it's really dismaying to me. Oh, a salamander heater. Yes, a salamander, that's right. Well, a salamander, isn't that the big flat thing? I can't remember. I had a heat gun, right? Whatever. That's what I used on boats. Well, it wasn't really a blow dryer because it's like put out, like it would burn you. Like, Kathy, this heat will burn you if you use the near your feet, or near your hands, and your feet, by the way. I'm gonna have to shovel my effing roof. Okay, Max, you need to find someone to shovel your roof, lady. Okay, stop shoveling your own roof. Only shrink it down. But wouldn't it? Yeah, well, exactly. The person that Max put in. I think flamethrowers are one thing, but I really think heat guns are more accessible and less dangerous. Although you'll still burn yourself, because I burned myself so much when I was working on boats. It was too much. They're very dangerous. So maybe it's a terrible idea. Ah, damn it. Okay, well, we'll think again. But again, going back to the coverage, I'd like to touch some weeds too. I sure would like to touch some weeds. I might do that pretty soon. I don't know. I feel what is the overarching feeling that I get from this time that we're living through is that I've always had a problem trying to understand how MAGA folks, and I just use that term as a blanket. I know that everyone is MAGA, but how conservative or whatever think about the protests and why people are out there, right? And I think about, as I watched, there was a lot of anger from the people I was watching, or a lot of disdain for Alex in the comments, in the streams. There was hosts that encouraged the FAFO talk. Well, he fucked around and found out. And I don't know. This is terrible. I'm not sure we can. I mean, we will not come back to any sense of harmony in this country, I think, in the way that we might have fooled ourselves that harmony existed in the past. Because I'm going to say it over and over again, because somebody's got to. And that is that the reason people are out there protesting is for other people. Alex Preddy was not in danger of being deported or renditioned to another country. He might not even have family members who might be exposed to that risk. Sounds like he was a pretty decent guy. He was an ICU nurse, and he worked with a lot of veterans. I saw him give a eulogy for a veteran who had passed in his hospital. And he was carrying legally, which I don't know why the Chuds are so upset, because frankly, they scream about their ability to carry guns, and Alex was carrying a gun, and he didn't actually brandish his weapon. I don't know. That's a good guy with a gun in my book. That when under pressure, his first thought wasn't to go for his weapon. It was to put his hands up and try to talk to the officers. So, again, I don't think anyone is in a position to talk about why Alex was there, and to accept the lies that this administration has to tell in order to try and protect themselves. If you're supporting those lies, I don't know. I don't. You're a good German. You're a good German. And Alex was a guy who, as I saw the video, unfortunately, was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And a woman was knocked to the ground, and he was trying to stop them from going more to beat her or to do whatever. And then they brought him to the ground and beat him. I saw them beating him, and then they shot him multiple times. And I would really, it would be amazing to me if in this moment, people on the other side or whatever who voted for this would say, no, that's not what I voted for. I didn't vote for people to get overpowered by four guys and be unarmed and submitting and then get shot. So I think this is unfortunately what did happen is what I witnessed, which is the people that I thought were predictably going to speak ill on Alex have and treat this like either an opportunity to get subs, right? Like, share, and subscribe, and go live every time there's a, so I am dismayed. I am dismayed at how little people care, that the reason people are out there, the reason people care isn't because it's just left-wing protest, blah, 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 blah. I truly care. Bye, neighbor. I truly care that people are scared to live their lives in a normal way. It's not okay to me that people, anyone, even people I don't like, right? If they're not able to move freely about the country or move freely about their lives or worry that it's going to be a random stopping or a random interrogation or whatever, that is not the way anyone should live. I don't even want chuds to live that way. Right. Living in constant fear is not living. And I get the sense that people who voted for this don't care that other people would live in fear. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't think that's I think that's where you start, right? I think that's where you start. Our pawns to distract. Yeah, I know. And I get that. I get that that they love to talk about Minnesota and malign it. The bottom line is the facts don't support the narrative, and which they never do. But here we are. We're unfortunately we're in a world of disinformation where disinformation is a perfectly valid report. But here's the thing. I'm gonna try and say this, and I hope some of those creators are listening, but they probably aren't. But maybe word will get back to them. I don't know. I don't know. As creators, I think we have a real opportunity here as creators on the internet. And I think our opportunity is that we can help people understand what's happening on both sides. And we can talk about the motivations for people to do the things that they do. But at the end of the day, the reason I go out there, the reason Alex was out there, the reason anyone is out there is because the way that this is being done is completely against every tenet of our Constitution. And the courts have already confirmed that. So all people are asking is that if you are going to enforce immigration, that there is a transparent, due process laden system for helping let me stop and back up because I'm losing my train of thought. I am out there. Everyone is out there. Alex is out there. Everyone was out there because I want everyone, and I mean even the chuds, even the people who hate me, even the whatever, I want them to have the same rights as each other, right? Like that is literally all people want. Oh, thanks, Griffey. I love you. Hi, Grace Lisa. This is how white people are having the experience of Black America. Yeah. In a way, yeah. And I don't know. There should be a lot more gravitas, I think, at this moment. I think it should cause concern that a police force on the streets can be judge, jury, and executioner. I think that should give people pause. And then I don't know if he's watching, but Jack Talcott, who is the guru, he thinks he would like to meet with Donald Trump to seek peace in the world. And he thinks that he's the second coming of Christ, in a way. And so he's another creator on the internet, right? If you don't know him, Jack Talcott, don't look him up. Anyway, so Jack and I interact once in a while, and the reason is I found him because another chud had introduced the trolls to him, right? Like his show. And Jack has been on a journey where he's trying to evangelicalize, but from a peace message, right? He's a former veteran and worked at the post office, and I think left under poor circumstances, and has had a struggle in his life, and he's really trying to find Christ and find kind of peace in the world, like in a little bit of a hippie thing. But he doesn't read the Bible, and he doesn't so he doesn't have time for all the pesky research that it takes to be a whatever, but that's fine. Anyway, so I do tussle with him once in a while just because I get frustrated watching his show, and I ended up watching his show. It was Carl, wasn't it? God damn it. It was probably Carl that introduced us to him. But anyway, and his thing was he's been on having panels and things like that for a few years. And his audience is mostly like the, how do I want to describe them? They're like incel guys, but they're like the young guys who are kind of, I guess they're not really boogaloo. They're more like, I want to say the N-word, and I don't want to be a slave, right? They're the like former slaves. Like I don't want to be a slave to the man or whatever, kind of thing. So so he surrounds himself with incels, right? Who are just like taking the mickey with him all the time and just, making fun of him and stuff like that, and using him as a platform to like be an incel, right? Like use the N-word and all this kind of stuff, and have these weird kind of pseudo debates about Christianity, Like, none of them know what the fuck they're talking about, but they all seem to like be obsessed with, well, this is how real Christians act. Like it's the weirdest fucking thing in the world. I can't even explain it really. So anyway, I've watched this guy off and on, and I don't know what it is, but I do find myself, well, first of all, it's usually the only thing on during the day, so there's that. It's a reliable partner. But when I watch it, I just am compelled to say something because the whole premise of his show feels very ridiculous. First, it was this kind of lack of hubris, where it's, I'm going to meet with the president and I'm going to tell him that he needs to, do peace and stuff like that. And it's just a matter of someone saying the right things to him and da 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 da. And I'm like, do you even know who the president is? Do you know who surrounds the president? Like that stuff. It's dumb. Like I was trolling him basically, and it's annoying. And if I were him, I would get rid of me too. But I did talk to him one day on panel, so he knows that I'm like a real human and not just a troll. But when I came on this was bad. This was on Saturday, I think, because it's when Alex Preddy got shot, when he got murdered, and so I went to watch Jack's show, or Jack's show was on. So I put it on, and I turned up the volume, and I heard that Jack is on with one of his incel buddies, who is pretending to be Trump, and Jack is being Jack, and they're role playing what it would be like for Jack to meet with Trump. I'm going to tell you, this is right after the murder of Alex Preddy. And in one segment, he says to the fake President Dump, he's like, I understand that today there was another person shot. And it was almost like an afterthought that he said it. And I was like, what the fuck are we even doing here? What the fuck is even happening? You're making a joke and letting this incel make a joke about the president of the United States that is terrorizing people. Literally. Like, it's gone beyond just a conservative administration. This is different. And so to belittle that, to belittle where we are as a country, to not even care to understand the reasons why we are where we are, to not even think about how these situations might actually impact, and that the consciousness of this country requires that it's not necessarily business as usual. So if you're having a joke show, or you think this is a fun little exercise, that's offensive to me. That's offensive. And you should read the room better. Now, of course, his audience loved it, because that's what they come for. But the problem in my mind is that what he is doing, what Jack is actually doing, is reinforcing bigotry, reinforcing hatred, doing the exact opposite of what he thinks he's there to do. He's platforming really horrible, racist, bigoted people who don't understand fuck all about what's happening in this country, don't understand fuck all about what's happening in economics. And so, Jack, I expect you to do better. Yeah. You got an audience. You got a bigger audience than I do. I mean, you have double the audience of me every day. At least, maybe more. So I think we have a responsibility to at least be, I don't know. I think, I don't want to censor anyone, and no, there's no perfect way to do this. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there's a perfect way to do this. But what I am saying is it's a unique opportunity right now in the midst of so much anger and so much judgment and so much othering, that if you have a captive audience of incels, then maybe it's not you trying to do more shock value, in your show. And you become he becomes like the joke, right? The incels all think it's funny that they've got one over on Jack. That's what Jack doesn't realize, is that they're using him to just peddle their own hatred and vitriol. And so yesterday, I had to say something in chat. And so I was saying things. And then he had a young woman come on, and she was like, I don't really know what's going on. I'm not paying attention to politics right now. And I lost my shit in chat, which of course was the only, I got then timed out, and then I got mad because, nobody puts baby in a corner. And then, this was the best part. And then, at the end of it, when I was like, I came back out of my timeout, I said, give me a wrench, because your mods are fucking assholes. I was mad. That's the message he decides to see. And he's like, I think you're being quite rude, Lolo. And I'm like, really? Okay. I'll play. Anyway, so that's the way that went, is that he perceived that I was being a troublemaker and a troll. Which, hey, that's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, I wouldn't want someone coming into my show and telling me, like, Mussolini was right, or like I don't really want that to happen. So I guess I can't really say anything. But at the end of the day, I just I think actually someone like Jack, he's intelligent, he's well spoken, he cares deeply about peace. I care deeply about peace, so I understand. I think I don't know. I think it's great when people want to do that, and I want to hear intellectual conversations about those things. But that isn't happening. And so I guess he's an example of what I experienced a lot this weekend, with people being really up their own ass, right, about what is happening in this country. And if you want to be just an entertainment show, that's fine. Do it. I mean, girls, crack on. We need more. But if you're pretending to care about the world and do a show that is premised on improving the world, well, then I think you've missed the mark, because you're going for the clicks and the views. Now, you may not think you're doing that, but you are. Because I know firsthand what it's like to just keep slogging through what they're doing. Like when we keep slogging through this, it's not sexy all the time, and it's not, it's not controversial, and it's not good TV, But hopefully and we all don't have to be the same either, right? Like, everyone could do their own thing. I'm not saying that, but I do expect someone who talks like, I want peace and I want people to live in harmony, to do more to actually encourage other people to think that way too. Because in his own way, he could be a leader. I'm sorry I'm picking on him, but he picked on me, so I'm going to pick on him. Up their own ass sounds like a perfect description. It is. I'm telling you, that's exactly, like, he is totally up his own ass. He loves being fluffed up by these incels. He thinks it's just great. It's just really insane to me. But you know what? Hey, man, you do you. It takes all kinds. That's what my mother said. It takes all kinds. If you build a perfect global constitution, the world will embrace it. Yeah, which speaking of which is very scary, because with this board of peace, first of all, hopefully it won't go anywhere, okay? Let's just, please, let this board of peace be like every other Trump thing and die. Die a death. Let this be the thing. But he wants to replace the UN, people. Come on. Jesus Christ. He wants a UN that he can control. Oh, my God. This is dumb. And I mean, by he, I mean they. Board of piss. The board of piss. Carla. That's right. It's the board of piss. The social agitators aren't. Who are the social? Is that a band, Jim? God, I love their second album, The Social Agitators. live in Poughkeepsie. are in Baltimore trying to invent a scandal with SNAP payments tied to the governor like they did. Okay, so here's the thing. They think that they're winning in Minnesota, okay? They think they are winning in Minnesota with the narrative, and they're not. I really don't. They're not winning with the narrative. And in fact, I think the chorus of concern among normies, people who aren't necessarily deep in social media, I look at my brothers and sisters, and they're like, they don't really engage in social media like at all, and never really have. And so I always use them as like a barometer of normies that are like, but of course they're more like politically aware. So, I mean, they're not totally like, but they're not into YouTube. They're not into Twitter. They're not into any of that shit. Blue Sky, any of it. And so they have a different perspective. And, so I'm always like curious to see how they take certain things. And for me, what I'm seeing among that side of normies, I guess, is they're like, what the fuck? Like, no. I mean, my family's much more left wing, and so they're more vocal about it and aware of what's happening. But I can imagine people who may not be as aware, or have that proclivity towards, anti-establishmentarian, as my family does. Pam Bondi demanding Minnesota voter rolls explains it all. It's a shakedown. I mean, Greg Phillips standing behind Kristi Noem really freaked me out this weekend, too. So anyway, all to say, sorry for the long rant, but I am very dismayed about the reaction from people online to this death. And I think that we have an opportunity to actually bring people together and say, no, this is not how we want. We don't want our streets like this. We don't want people walking up to people's doors and demanding their papers. We don't want people who aren't the worst of the worst, and that even kind of bugs me. But if you do have a serial killer and they could go back to their own country and be in jail, okay, that's fine. Like, there are the worst of the worst. But the guy that they were looking for on Saturday when they killed Alex, it's not even clear that his criminal record exists. Or exists. It certainly doesn't exist in the way that Bovino and others are saying it does. So I know they're working hard, Jim, on the narrative and, the fact that everything is black and white. You must help federal officers kidnap people. Like everything is black and white. But it's not. It's not black and white. And that's, they're going to keep forcing that. This is the way the narrative goes. They keep forcing it, but it won't actually set. Tom Homan's headed there. You mean we're going to have two angry little Nazis on the ground? Did you guys see my new video of Greg Bovino, by the way? Let's look at my new video. I'm not surprised. Mumbles, yeah. Did they think they are winning in Minnesota? I think they know they are losing. No. Oh, sorry, Pep. I think they do. I think they... how do I say this? I think that when the pundits see momentum in a messaging, I think they're getting kind of like... they really take any encouragement they get from the base to heart. Does that make sense? And and as someone who's listening to the base side a little bit, I can tell you, in their minds, they are winning because this is what they voted for. They voted for people to be gunned down in the street, especially lefties. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, lefties, absolutely. So the problem is that they actually are really excited about this, and so they do think in ways that that's a win. So I can't explain it. I'm just telling you what it is. They really are convinced that Alex was gonna mass murder people. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to have voted for lawlessness. I agree. I don't know who that candidate was, but I missed that on the ballot. I missed the lawless candidate. I don't know. It's all too simple. It's all too sophomoric. The lies are dumb. But Bovino standing there telling you that you didn't see what you think you saw from 7 different angles, that's fucking ridiculous. But people are so goddamn ready to hate other people that they'll believe anything. It's really amazing. It's amazing how much that if you fall for anything, you'll stand for nothing. It's really amazing how some of those sayings really fucking resonate. It's just crazy. I don't know. Your coworkers don't either, yeah. I know. It's just like, I don't know. Is it just so much pent up anger and frustration over being a chud your whole life that you get really angry or now you're excited? We're finally killing all the other people. I don't know. I don't really get it. Oh, they're having a hearing on immigration enforcement. Wait, a federal hearing? Who's having a federal hearing? What? What's that? It's just that it's not even a whatchamacallit. It's just the absurdities and atrocity. Yeah, yes, thank you. If you believe absurdities, you'll fall or do atrocities, something like that. I can't remember. In Minnesota. I know, I thought there was a hearing, but I don't see. It looks like it's just that. Well, here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. I'm sorry. It's a little bit of a Monday, so forgive me because I'm Mondaying out a little bit here. Not really. I'm not really with it. With it, sister. Yeah, what am I doing? Where am I going? Okay, let's do that. And then let's see. This is what I was looking at. And it looks like it's a federal hearing on immigration enforcement in Minneapolis, but I don't from the court. Oh, outside the court where a federal hearing takes place on the lawsuit filed by the state of Minnesota. Okay, so it's the state case. I'm sorry. You guys were probably trying to tell me that and I didn't even pay attention. Okay, so that's happening right now. In light of the heroism of Minnesotans, I resolved to be nicer about their vowels. I'm going to tell you, Minnesota, you have my heart. Minnesota, you have my heart. You have my heart and soul. The way Minnesotans are standing up to this invasion is absolutely heroic. And I am so impressed and proud of Minnesota, and I wish I was there just to be another body, right? Just to be another body next to you. I just feel like, wow, I'm so impressed. I'm so grateful. I mean, it's so cold there. Never mind everything else. It's so hard to just be in that moment. That's how a generation of fake news has destroyed minds. I really agree with that, Mr. Spock. I think disinformation, I've said it for years. I think the disinformation is a really big problem that should not be ignored. And I know you can't fix it. I get it. Believe me, everybody's told me you can't fix it. And I don't need to fix it completely. I don't even need to censor it because I don't think you're going to be able to censor disinformation. But you can label it and you can refuse to allow it to have ether. In press conferences, in other places. In fact, oh my God, if you didn't watch the Minnesota press conference with Greg Bovino, the second one, I think. Was it Greg? I think it was. Oh my God, those Minnesota journalists, they were amazing. They interrupted him and he got mad. And I said, yes, here, you go. You say, no, the tape said this. No, the tape said that. I am so proud of those journalists for saying, no, you're not going to just get the soundbite and lie. And then away we go. Because guess what? That's all the chuds hear. All the chuds hear is the fucking soundbite that you motherfuckers put out there. So maybe in this moment, it is the job of journalists to also say, but wait a minute, but that's not true. As the Minnesota journalists were saying yesterday when Bovino and Noam were lying outright about the fucking tape. I don't think we're ever going to get rid of it. I don't think we're ever going to get rid of it. Disinformation is not going away. It is far too effective a tool to control people here we are. We're here because of disinformation. Sorry. You can give me all your theoretical reasons why we're here. Yes, and oh, it was the second presser of the day. I thought, everything is melding together. It's kind of hard to figure out. They're bringing up the Bondi letter in the hearing, saying it was an extortion attempt. Wait, is the hearing being? Or are you just doing the live? Is there a live feed of the hearing? Yeah, okay, so let's talk about Greg Phillips, actually. Hold on. Here's the thing. When I was watching the Crispy Gnome presser yesterday, or Saturday, whenever it was, there was a guy standing behind her, and I thought, God, that really looks like Greg Phillips. You know, that really looks like the voter guy. And I'm like, it can't be. You know, because I hadn't heard the news about Greg getting a role in this government. But Greg Phillips has, I should have pulled a bunch of clips. I have old clips of Greg. Greg Phillips, basically works for Mike Flynn. Oh, Kyle Cheney is. Okay, let me pull it up. Greg Phillips works for Mike Flynn, and he's an old intelligence officer from back in the day. And Greg was a big part of the election disinformation during kind of 2020 and 2021, et cetera. Like one of the founding arbiters of disinformation around the election. And Greg and his wife, what's her name? I don't know, Mrs. Greg. They were the ones who did all the fake geofencing. Hi, Paul. How are you, darling? They were the ones who did all the fake geofencing around 2,000 Mules, right? That whole movie of 2,000 Mules, Dinesh D'Souza, blah, 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 blah. In a court of law, 2,000 Mules was debunked. And in fact, it was so debunked that the distributor of 2,000 Mules had to take it off the market altogether and issue a retraction because the film, Greg Phillips, lied about what their data was. They lied, saying there were people going to the same box over and over again. No, it was your geolocating was catching people driving by. I mean, time and time again, 2,000 Mules was debunked in a court of law to the point where the production company had to remove it from distribution and issue a statement saying, oops. So Greg Phillips, the reason for 2,000 Mules, is now in charge of election integrity. I just, oh my God. What? So I haven't pulled up all my stuff on Greg Phillips because I'm still in shock. But I thought that given the fact that the special elections didn't go the way of the right. There was like a lot of Democratic blowouts and things like that during the special elections. I thought, they're so dumb. They can't even, after all these years of trying to fucking with elections, they still don't know how to fuck with an election. Phew, thank goodness, right? That's what I was thinking. Well, hold my beer, because now I've changed my tune, and I am actually very worried about elections because, as people are alluding to in the chat, the reason that Greg was there in Minnesota at a FEMA thing, unbeknownst, is that this whole thing has become part of Pam Bondi and the government trying to get the voter rolls of Minnesota to in order to fuck with election, to disqualify voters bogusly, to, just to fuck with the election. I'm telling you, So now I have changed my tune. I am very concerned about the midterms. I am very concerned about the integrity of our elections moving forward. Because Greg Phillips is not just your standard election denier. He is an enemy combatant when it comes to democracy. He is a Mike Flynn production, which is why we should have arrested the planners when we were doing this, because if we had, at least it would have slowed them down. So Greg Phillips is described in Wikipedia. God, I don't even have to tell you that, like, I don't even have to find a weird source, but just to start off, Greg Phillips is an American conspiracy theorist. Yes, he is. And now he's head of the Office of Response and Recovery in the federal FEMA, but he is also doing election integrity. And that's why these voter rolls things. I'm telling you, this is not good. This is not good. So we'll do more on Greg because he really caught my attention. But yeah, it's not good. I'm very concerned. I'm really concerned. And what do we do about it? I have no idea. Goodbye, everybody. No. I haven't even had a drink of coffee yet. Damn it. Anyway, yeah, so Greg Phillips, whatever. He's a dick. I can't tell you. I can't even tell you. Like, the Fox Henhouse thing is just not even, it's not even funny. Wait, are they coming out? It must be a break or something. Okay, I'll find something more enjoyable to look at. Meanwhile, fight amongst yourselves while billionaires poke the bee's nest. See what happens in the stock market. Take more of your money. Well, yeah, and again, I'm going to also remind people that the stock market is not the economy, okay? I understand people love to tie those two things together, but the stock market has nothing to do with the economy. Oh, my God. The stock market is institutional traders and whiplash. That's really what the stock market is. And it's all people that are determined not to be poor. So you stay out of their way because they're going to come through you, not around you. I'm just curious how big a chunk Fox creates on its own. Yeah, totally. I agree. Fox definitely is part of the problem in terms of tenderizing people to accept disinformation. Even Maria Bartiromo, though, was getting a little spicy on Sunday, I noticed. Actually, I think I have some stuff. Hold on, let me do that. I don't have enough space on my desky desk. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, where is my wake and bake topic? Me. Okay, I can't do that. Can't stretch that hard. I can't stretch that far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, let me see. I have some clips here. Hold on. Okay. Did I keep it? I hope I kept it. I hope I kept it. I just said that. Can you believe it? Oh, I guess I didn't. Okay, well, I have this one. Turd. But Maria Bartiromo was getting really upset with... I gotta find that. Hold on. I gotta find that. Hold on. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah. What? Oh, come on. Damn it. Oh, here. No. 6 days ago. 3 days ago. No. Oh, here we go. This is it. Ah. Okay. Okay. So this is Crash Patel was on Maria Bartiromo on Sunday, and so this is just a minute of Crash. Hopefully, wait.
And as for this latest shooting, yes, DHS and HSI are the lead, and the FBI is processing the physical evidence, so we're in possession of the firearm, which is going to go to our laboratory. But as Secretary Noem said, no one who wants to be peaceful shows up at a protest with a firearm that is loaded with 2 full magazines. That is not a peaceful protest, and you do not get to touch law enforcement. You do that anywhere, this FBI is going to be leading the charge to arrest those.
But how was he threatening Border Patrol? You've collected the evidence. You said, right? You have the handgun in your possession?
That's right.
And how was he using that handgun in terms of threatening Border Patrol? What was the threat? He had his camera, right? He was filming it.
That's something that I will let the DHS and the prosecutors, because they are the ones investigating that case. I don't want to stylize that evidence, but I trust the men and women on the ground who are trained professionals to only use it when it's absolutely necessary. And I trust Secretary Noem's leadership and DHS and HSI to do the right thing, as they've always done in these scenarios.
Kristi Noem said that the individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Was the gun visible? Or did Border Patrol see the gun after they shot him?
Again, all those pieces of the investigation are being led by DHS and HSI, and I don't want to comment on their ongoing investigation.
I understand, but you have the evidence. What can you tell us about the evidence you collected?
It's sent to our FBI laboratory where it'll be fingerprinted. We'll use ballistics examination toolkits to see if any casings were fired, and we'll examine all the casings that were found on the scene.
I've got to get this routing done. I'm so sorry. Yeah, they're going to fingerprint it. I know. Sorry, everybody. Focus, Mr. Spock. Yeah, they're going to fingerprint it. They're going to fingerprint it. Yeah, they're going to fingerprint it. I don't know. You know, I voted for the lady who laughed too much. No. It's so funny to me. It's not funny. It's so maddening that, I don't know, this Greg Phillips thing really got me this weekend, because he, to me, is a deep cut in the insurrectionist catalog of dolls. And so just seeing him have such a formal role is very disturbing. So I'm definitely going to want to look into that more. Catamus Rex, hello. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm always muted, girl. I'm constantly under mute. Fingerprinting is when AI parses the fingerprints. Oh, it's a real thing. Oh. What are the 2 clips that Alex was supposed to have? Never saw them at all, and it's something they would have probably shown. What do you mean? I'm so sorry. Oh, the 2 clips. Oh, yeah, they I think it's attached to the oh, it's not. Okay. It's attached to the gun, or I don't know. There was all kind of lying going on, Teresa. It was just too much to bear. Yeah, it was just too much to bear. But yeah, I think this is a real opportunity for us to rise up, frankly. And I'm not sure when we're going to do it, but kind of hopeful that it happens. Yeah, good morning, Kat. Welcome. Let's check the news while we're waiting around for nothing to happen. I actually have a bunch of articles that we've never gotten to, and so, but I do want to check and see if anything, what's happening, because it's our Monday catch up. Yeah. All right, here we go. U.S. judge considers pause to Minnesota crackdown as dump dispatches border czar. Oh, great. Another angry elf in Minnesota. Fantastic. Oh, wait, I was going to show you my, oh, shit, man. Wait, I want to show you my Greg Bovino piece. It's only a few seconds. It's not that big a deal. It's not a big deal. Don't even worry about it. There I am. Lolo's Lounge. Okay, wait, where is it? Oh, yeah, videos? Wait. I don't know where my shit is. Oh, here we go. Oops, I got to do this. See, I got to fix this. Damn it! I hate this system. I hate this system. I hate it. I hate this system. Arrgh. We heard that. Damn it. I hate this system. I hate the buttons I have to push. I need Bobo to come home and help me reconfigure my shit. Where's my in-house audio engineer? Yeah, anyway, that's my ode to Bovino. Ah, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Whoa. That's not what I wanted to do. Yikes. Oh my God. All right. Well, it's a Monday. Happy Monday. Where's Topher Bobo? Topher Bobo, we need you. Topher Bobo, come to the front. She's coming home in a couple weeks. I'm so excited. I can't wait. U.S. judge considers pause to Minnesota crackdown as dump dispatches border czar. Bobo the button navigator. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mom. A U.S. judge on Monday considered a request to temporarily stop the Trump administration's immigration crackdown in Minnesota following the fatal shooting of a second U.S. citizen over the weekend that sparked a fierce backlash. No one should be dead. No one should be dead for disagreeing with the government. Well, if you're going to try and kill the vice president, you're probably going to get shot. So, I mean, but still, I wish you weren't. I wish you weren't. But these people did not deserve to die. Nobody deserves to die. But this is ridiculous. And it should make everyone mad. It should make it. And I don't know where the gun nuts are, because Alex was covering. He was perfectly permitted, able to carry where he was carrying. He wasn't holding his weapon. It's kind of amazing that he never brandished his weapon. Can you imagine? That's the kind of gun owner I think makes sense to me, is someone who doesn't need to go for their weapon when threatened. And here's the thing. He could have gone ahead and shot them, but he decided not to and was trying to resolve it peacefully. And you can say, oh, he shouldn't have intervened. Bullshit. That's what humans do. And if at the end of the day, he was trying to help a woman who had been pushed to the ground and stop them from going after her. You should be able to film police. I don't care how close they're standing to you even. I don't. It's fucking ridiculous. And everyone should be up in arms against it. And it shouldn't even be this should not be, oh my gosh, like they're, if they kill, it's just a matter of time until they kill white people or whatever the nonsense that some of people were saying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, that's not the point. This is not shocking because Alex was white. It's shocking because somebody is being executed in the street. And so I'm not worried they're going to come for me. No, I'm worried because they're coming for everyone. They're coming for you. They're coming for him. They're coming for her. Like, that's what I'm worried about. They're going to do whatever they want to anyone. That should be a given. There's no line that is crossed that then all of a sudden, it's one group of people and then it's all, like, this is about, it is wrong to shoot people in the street. So it doesn't, I don't know. It's like the tipping point should be people are being shot in the head for exercising their First Amendment right. I'm sorry, that guy was not interfering with the police activity or whatever they call themselves, the Gestapo. He was not interfering. And this isn't a joke, and it's not. I don't find it funny. I don't find it the source of humor or entertainment. I don't think this administration is a joke. I don't, and I think that it is like, it's disgusting to me the way people are approaching this. It's just, I don't know. It's not very eloquent, but it's just disgusting to me. I don't know. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see if we have any specific updates. Donald Dump. Okay. White House says Trump has confidence in Crispy Gnome. Well, they have to say that, don't they? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. They do. As we reported earlier, Dump said he is sending White House border czar Tom Homan to Minnesota. What's going on with this fucking page? Oh, I know. Never mind. Hold on. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. The Secretary, wait.
Secretary Gnome. Everybody calm down, okay? Calm down. Okay, because it's gonna be okay. Okay? So it's gonna be okay. Everybody calm down. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, that's what I needed to do. Hold on just a minute. Okay. There we go. Okay. Secretary Gnome, Crispy, as I like to call her, she got a great mouth. Oh, wait, is that the other one that has a great mouth, or is it her? I don't know. They both have great mouths. Anyways, Secretary Gnome will continue to lead the Department of Homeland Insecurity. I said it right, insecurity, with the full trust and confidence of the President. And a couple of bam-bams. White House. Oh, it's Caroline. Yeah, that's right. questioned to drop everything. And focus solely on Minnesota to solve the problems that have been created by the lack of cooperation from state and local officials. Lack of cooperation? What do you mean? Everybody's trying to cooperate with you, you stupid cunt.
I can't. What do you mean lack of cooperation? You guys have refused to work with local authorities on solving crimes. What? What? Fuck you. And here's the thing about the Minnesota fraud. Those cases have been known about since 2018. Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar, and other political people in Minnesota spoke publicly about the fraud cases back in the day when they first started to come to light and get prosecuted, and they've been going along all this time. So stop with your fucking, oh, and if you're supporting a streamer, oh my God. Okay, I'm not going to say it, but anyway. It's really fucking unbelievable. People are really unbelievable to me sometimes. This is not a state government out of control. I mean, you can make that complaint with plenty of governments, and maybe they do. But I'm going to tell you right now, it seems to me from the outside looking in, when we look at the facts of the case, is that Waltz and Omar and other people have been working and speaking publicly about any fraud in any state systems, and these cases in particular for almost a decade since they've been brought. And there are multiple cases. It's not just one case. Oh, but there was one big case where there was a person at the top. And what was she? White. So it is so fucking disgusting to me to hear people online describe Somalians as corrupt or whatever label that they hear from their dear leader and they decide to attach. Oh. I am telling you, this whole Minnesota fraud thing and the fact that I don't want to go on. But anyway. So no, the Minnesota fraud thing is not a reason to do this. It is old news. It is something that is being addressed. And if they want to do more federal resources, okay, that's fine. But I don't think that's the issue. They want to flip the state blue. This is why voter rolls. What's the voter roll thing? Wait, I got to find that. I'm so sorry. I'm all over the place. It's a Monday. Oh, I am all over the place. Damn it. Okay, let me see. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hadn't read this letter. I don't know. I hadn't read this. Oh my God. Sorry for the People magazine, but it's the first thing that came up. Oh God, it's going to do a thing, isn't it? Okay. Anyway. Pam Bondi tells Tim Walz that handing over Minnesota's voter rolls can help prevent another national tragedy. What? What? The U.S. Attorney General wrote a 3-point letter of demands of the Minnesota governor after American ICU nurse Alex Preddy was fatally shot by Border Patrol on January 25th. Are you fucking kidding me? Hi, Al. How are you, darling? I'll trade all the MAGA Nazis for all the Somalis in the world indefinitely. No trade backs. 100%. Oh my God, Al. Oh my God. I will too. All day long, twice on Tuesdays, ad infinitum. I just am so fucking, people, check your fucking racism. Check it. Because it is shocking to me that some creators who are supported by supposedly leftist people on this website, Al. Not you. I'm just, you know who I'm talking about. That they can cravenly then, and I know why they're doing it, so it's not actually, whatever. Anyway, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad that hatred gets more exposure than information. I'm so mad that shitty narratives get more attention on this website than anything that is more just information. There's not enough left-wing streamers. And Al, you need to do a show. Okay, you've got the voice. We know that. You have a beautiful voice. I would listen to you read anything. And I think you need to do a show. Thank you. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Because we need more voices that are pro-human. I don't know how to put it. It's just like, it's a bunch of crap on the web. We got a 34-time. Yes, we have a 34-time felon, fraudster, child trafficker, adjudicated rapist accusing everyone of fraud. And you know what? Here's another thing. Al, thank you so much for mentioning that, because as I also like to bring up to everyone who's like, oh, fraud, fraud, fraud. Alan Weisselberg sat his fucking crusty ass in Rikers because the president cooked his books. So, I'm sorry. The ship has sailed. Your guy is a fucking scam artist. And he's gotten away with it, and now inexplicably, he's fucking president. So you know what? If you want to, yeah, I'd be ashamed. If you really want to fucking fix something, start with him. Start with holding this administration accountable for what it's actually done. Because Nuremberg 2.0 is going to be lit, and I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm going to have popcorn, and I'm going to dance on some graves. That's what's going to be happening. The younger ones went to TikTok and Instagram where streams aren't saved or just censored now. Yeah, I know. Oh boy, with the new owners, the change in ownership in TikTok is also sad to me. Very sad. Aw, Jay, you're so nice. Here we go. Working lap traffic. Ooh, what's that mean? I don't even know what that means. James Bradshaw. I know that name. Missy Campbell. I know that name too. Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol's still around. I don't know what Yanro is. Anyway, welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. I know, Paw Patrol hanging in there. Yeah, I know the other names, but I don't know what shows they're from. Been listening, just mentally burnt the fuck out. Meowing Star, I get it. I totally get it. I don't know if Paw Patrol's here because people they're not necessarily like here when they get their membership, right? It's just that you've been to the channel before. So, I don't know. I can't assume that everybody's in the house, but welcome if you are. But let's read this letter from Pamela Bondi. It's going to be in a baby voice. I need you to know this. Let's see. U.S. Attorney General Pamela Jo, wrote a letter to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz after the death of another American citizen at the hands of federal agents in Minneapolis, urging the Democratic leader to hand over sensitive data, state data, to Trump administration in an effort to prevent more national tragedy. The letter, dated Saturday, January 24th, characterizes the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, both carried out by federal immigration officers under the leadership of Krispy Noem's Department of Homeland Security as a result of Walz's governing. Okay, let's read the letter. Where is the letter? Where's the letter? Where is the letter? Where's the letter? Where's the letter? Oh, in the letter shared in full below. Okay, so where the fuck is it? I just want to read the letter. I don't need to read your recap of it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This might be too annoying. I'm not going to read it in the baby voice because it might be too annoying. I don't want to be. Hi, Jay. How you doing, girl? All right, Governor Walz. The state of Minnesota has refused to enforce the law, and the consequences are heartbreaking. Really? For who? Hi, Audrey. How are you doing, babe? I know it is a 420 alert. I'm going to do it after I read this article. Americans are watching politicians ignore federal immigration law. Criminals attack federal law enforcement. Not happening. And rioters storm church services. The people went in the church because the guy was some kind of acting ICE official. Get the fuck over yourselves. Church is dumb. God isn't real. Wake the fuck up. Stop believing in magical fairy dust. Get your heads out of your fucking collective asses. And calm down. And we should, you know what? My brother-in-law used to say, let's turn all the churches into restaurants. And I think he's right. God bless you. God bless you, my brother-in-law in heaven, because you were right. You were right. I hope you know that. Let's see. In December 2025, the Department of Homeland Security, the Homeland Insecurity, that's what I call it now. Department of Homeland Insecurity, launched Operation Metro Surge. To protect Americans from the dangers presented by unchecked illegal immigration, including violent crime and drug trafficking. Yikes. Good morning. Hey, Brett, how you doing? Woo-hoo. Everybody. Yeah. Hey, that's right. That's okay. Likes, and it doesn't really matter, Brett. I don't really get big numbers. It's okay, but thank you. Let's see here. Since the beginning of this operation, law enforcement has put themselves in harm's way to arrest dangerous criminals, including members of notorious violent gangs, criminal illegal aliens convicted of homicide, drug trafficking, sexual assault against a child. Boy, they really love to talk about CSAM. Okay, have we begun to understand that these people are obsessed with child sexual abuse materials? Okay, and this seems to be a disturbing theme on their part. You know, just saying. Since the beginning, criminal illegal aliens convicted of homicide, drug trafficking, sexual assault against child, rape with a weapon. That's very specific. And other horrific crimes are now off the streets because of Operation Metro Surge. Unfortunately, here's who I see. I don't think I have her, unfortunately. Oh, shit, I don't think I have this. But I used to have a picture of, what the fuck was her name? Oh, I don't think I have it. Damn it. You know the woman from Harry Potter? Mrs. Beasley. I don't remember her name. She's the woman that wears the pink. Got all the time. Yeah, I know. We got the convoy. We have ourselves a convoy. Hi, Carla. Administration playbook. Okay. Operation Metros. Unfortunately, you and the other Minnesota officials have refused to support the men and women risking their lives to protect Americans. I don't feel protected. I feel like they're going to shoot me in the fucking face. And have chosen to ignore federal immigration law by enacting sanctuary laws and policies. I don't know. You know what? Even in sanctuary cities, people still get arrested. So I don't know what all the hubbub is. There's plenty of adjudication going on, even in sanctuary cities. Thank you very much. Jesus, have chosen to ignore federal immigration law. The federal agents led by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Protection have operated alone. Well, they're doing pretty good. And politicians in your state are not just refusing to help these agents, they are putting federal agents in danger. Okay, I'm going to call bullshit because MPD was on the scene late last night and arrested people. Now, granted, they let them go, but the whole action of supporting ICE and arresting people that were really dancing in the street in front of the hotel, sorry, not sorry. Yeah, there was some hubbub. Maybe ICE shouldn't be in that city. Maybe they should go. How about that? Okay, Minneapolis mayor said, ICE, get the F out of Minneapolis. We don't want you here. You referred to our law enforcement as Trump's modern-day Gestapo. Minneapolis City Council member Aisha Chugtai stated that the city must be ready to act as the last line of defense for targeted communities. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Allison has previously compared ICE enforcement to being under attack by the Nazis. Under attack by the Nazis. The results of your state policies and politicians' anti-law enforcement rhetoric are a national tragedy. Violence against ICE officers and agents has increased approximately 1,300%. You want to know why it's increased 1,300%? Because first of all, your force is much larger than it ever was, and you've never been terrorizing people in this way and these numbers. So you are in the wrong, Pamela Joe. You are in the wrong. That's why of course, if it was one additional thing, that would be 1,000%. Okay? It's a stupid number. It doesn't mean there were any attacks against ICE officers. There was probably one or two, maybe. So now, if you double that, it's 100%. Come on. Ugh. I think the reason they're killing white protesters is they're incredibly offended that whites are abandoning their own white privilege to stand up to brown. I don't know if they're, I mean, yes, but I'm not sure they're actually thinking that. I think they're just like, person in front of me, shoot them. I really don't. I don't think I think they're just shooting people that are like, because they're stupid. Like, these guys are just like fucking Meal Team 6. Like, they're so dumb. They're LARPing. There's a bunch of LARPers with guns. I can't figure out how so few people are aware that making your way across a border any way possible, making an asylum refugee claim is not illegal, right? And host is required to provide necessary. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Brett. Right. I mean, that's the thing. This is not, and even in the criminal or in the adjudicated sense, these are civil. Immigration is a civil crime. It's not a criminal crime, right? So it's a very different. All of this is too much. They are the Gestapo. She's wrong. They are the Gestapo. And I'm sorry. All you need to do is confirm and look at history and look at actions of governments against their people to understand what phase we're in. And we are deep in fascism now. We're not approaching fascism. We blew away the constitutional crisis like 6 months ago, or a year ago. So it's not about like, rule of law or anything like that. Let's see. Also, slowed down video shows that the gray jacket guy who pulled Alex's gun fired it accidentally. I heard that, Karen. has that been confirmed? I mean, in terms of confirmed, I'm not really sure. Which triggered ICE to fire at Alex. Yeah. When the Vermont governor used the word murder in his post, I'm hoping they're calling Trump behind the scenes. I mean, I don't know, Teresa. Do you think? I don't see anyone. Okay, so here's the thing, and I keep pointing this out. The donors aren't saying fuck all about what this administration is doing. Nobody is trying to stop this administration from what they're doing. Nobody. And I look to people like, what is Mark Andreessen saying? What is Peter Thiel saying? What is, they're not saying fuck all. They have contracts with the government, y'all. So the donor class, this is what they bought. They bought this. Peter Thiel, his buddies, Mark Andreessen, David Sachs, Stephen Miller is doing their bidding. This works perfectly well for them. Because then you don't pay attention to what's happening in Memphis and the fact that Grok XAI is killing the citizens around Memphis with their toxic emissions. Like the billionaires are fine with this. So it's not, as we've said, it's not Dump. Dump is the front man. He's the Roger Daltrey of this band. But the other people are the ones really pulling the strings. John Entwistle is over here holding the foundation together with Peter Thiel. I'm just telling you. That's why this is happening, is because this works perfectly well for them. because as we've seen and as we watch in this show, they codify the destruction of our country, of our world. They have been codifying it week after week in Congress. So it's great to have this distraction because nobody is paying attention to what's actually being dismantled in this country. It all works. Because you might scratch your head and go, gosh, this really seems like a misstep on the part of the Trump administration. I wonder what the donors think. The donors are like, fan-fucking-tastic. Shoot more people in the face. Then no one will pay attention to our massive factories and our drone capability and our weapons of mass destruction. That's what we're here. That's what's happening. I don't know. Refugees making an asylum claim not illegal, violating rights of human beings and unaliving them illegal. Yeah, it's all backwards. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, I'm sorry. This country, whatever concept that the people who took over this land and decided to make it into the United States of America, which, can be argued itself as whether or not it's valid. They basically created a situation where this country was more populated by people coming in from the outside, right? That there is an indigenous population, but of course people came in and took stuff away from indigenous populations. But this concept of this country is built on immigration. It's in our DNA. I mean, that's if this country means anything, it means immigrants, right? Like literally, that's what this country means. Otherwise, it just means nothing, except for the indigenous peoples who have real claim to what this land is and what it should be. So, like to not understand immigration law, to not understand the civil nature of violations, to not understand that the people that they've been going after, including the person that they talked about yesterday, had been going through their immigration adjudication, right? Like there are people who are actively going through their immigration process who are being renditioned to other countries, right? So I think that people really don't understand, and to me that just shows people's bigotry and hatred first, and not an actual seek to understanding about what might be happening in this country. In my opinion, it's more likely a warning to other white people not to stand up, and totally could be. I mean, that it could be. I just don't think they think that far ahead, Carla. I don't think this administration thinks too much about. I mean, yes, they do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving them an out. But when things like this happen, I'm not sure that they even have the capacity to create the devious plan. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, that's true. Brett, it's true. This is the law. The law, people coming here are following the law. And yeah, you can get mad at people who don't follow the law. Well, figure it out. There's ways to figure it out. It doesn't have to be shooting people in the streets. It doesn't have to be going door to door and taking people out of their homes. It doesn't have to be taking a 5-year-old boy and using him as bait to get other people to come out of the house so that you can then rendition all of them, including the little boy. So no, those people, the Border Patrol did not help that little boy. They kidnapped him. Yeah, you know what? All the billionaires can fuck all the way off, Teresa. Tim Cook. In fact, I need to go over to Andoril and stand in front of there in my fucked up Galadriel costume and say, Palmer Luckey is killing people with his drones. Why do we allow this? Why are we okay with this? If Congress doesn't act now, the people will. You know what, Al? It totally rings in my ear when you have talked about people will rise up. And you're right. What you have described as, what happened after the election and with the election and up to the election, you're right. People have had enough. And I hope that's true. I hope it's true. Don't forget Memphis is under military police state already. They're protesting every day. But no one shows it. Thank you, Al. Thank you. We're actually not seeing enough of what's happening on the ground in certain places. No, nothing about it other than this is apparently a similar astrology to start of civil war. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that, oh, yeah, good point, Max. Social Security won't survive without immigration. That's what they want. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Meowing, the video I posted in Discord shows the part of the gun moving. That means it fired. Oh, and showed the recoil in his hand. I don't know much about guns, but I could see what they were saying. Oh, thank you, Karen. Friday's showdown for funding. Oh, and then there's that, Teresa. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. No. I can't even handle it. That's right. We're going to shut it down. Shut it down. Easy for me to say. Knowing what the laws are help in determining if someone is breaking it or not. And there's a shocking amount of people who don't know. Oh, yeah. You're shocked? Oh, Brett, come on. Don't be shocked by stupid people on the internet. Okay. Then there is a crazy energy around us, Grace Lisa. Hi, Peace Love. How you doing, girl? Oh, my Lord. But let's continue with Pamela Joe. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to complain more to you, Timmy. The results of your state's policies and politicians' anti-law enforcement rhetoric are a national tragedy. No, bitch, you're a national tragedy. Okay? That hair is a national tragedy. Violence against ICE officers. Oh, yeah, that's right. That bogus percentage increase. Because if one happened, it'd be amazing. Like, thousands of percent higher. Vehicular attacks against ICE officers have increased 3,200%. This is dumb. Please, we got to stop with these stupid little percentages because they're meaningless. Perhaps most disappointing, the lawlessness caused by these policies has bled into sacred spaces of worship. You know, what I'd actually like her to do is give me the numbers. Like in 2024, we had this many vehicular attacks. And in 2025, we had this, like that kind of thing. I don't get it. All right, let's see. Parishioners were met by an anti-ICE mob last weekend as several dozen individuals stormed City's church in Minneapolis to interrupt worship services and scream in the faces of frightened Christians. What? Oh my God. Really, the drama llamas in this administration are too much, okay? It's official. Too fucking much. Jesus Christ. Get over yourselves. Oh, I hate this regime. We need to... okay, I can't say it on air because everyone's going to kill me, but whatever. The lawlessness in the streets is matched by the unprecedented financial fraud occurring on your watch. What are you even talking about? And the out-of-control fraud in your state also implicates election security. Oh! Now we're getting down to it. One of these things is not like the other. Which one is not the same? It's election integrity. Erection integrity. Wait, where is it? Where'd you go? And the out-of-control fraud in your state also implicates erection insecurity. Because a lot of people in this government have insecurity over their erections. So here I am, kicking ass and taking names. It's a tragedy that Americans have lost faith in Minnesota's ability to keep its taxpayers. Whoa, don't speak for me, bitch. Yike. You and your office must restore the rule of law, support ICE officers. Do it. And bring an end to chaos in Minnesota. Oh my God, this is not real. Fortunately, there are common sense solutions to these problems that I hope we can accomplish together. First, share all Minnesota's records on Medicaid and food and nutrition service programs, including the SNAP program, to the federal government. Why? Allowing the federal government to efficiently investigate fraud will save Minnesota taxpayers money and ensure that Minnesota's welfare funds. No, you can bring auditors in. That's fine. What the fuck? They don't have to. There's been courts dealing with these fraud cases. They're being dealt with by the courts already. This is not what she's describing is not what is currently happening. These cases have been ongoing, adjudicated cases around fraud. So this is a boondoggle. They're lying to you again. Yeah, it's true. I'm sorry. Allowing the federal government, okay. Second, repeal the sanctuary policies that have led to so much crime. But they haven't. And I would love to see the data that she has that says that, because she's lying. Removing criminal illegal aliens from Minnesota neighborhoods will save lives. Yes, get ICE out of there right now. Good point. And state and local officials should support this goal. All detention facilities in your state should cooperate fully with ICE, honor immigration detainers, and permit ICE to interview detainees in custody to determine immigration status. What? What? Excuse me? You want to interview all detainees in custody to determine their immigration status? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, she makes me have bad thoughts. I urge you to reach an agreement with ICE that allows them to remove illegal aliens. I think there's already agreements that they work with them on criminal people. Sorry. Third, allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls. See, this is random. This is totally random. Allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law. What? Fulfilling this common sense request will better guarantee free and fair elections and boost. No. 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 I'm not reading the rest of it. She can go get fucked by a porcupine, bitch. Anyway, all right. Well, I guess that's her letter. I'm also watching a guy reporting on Minnesota trial, and judge accused Bondi of sending ransom letter. Well, yeah. Yeah, Grace Lisa. That's extortion. It was never about immigration. It was always about getting the voter registry. Yeah, it is. And actually, the immigration is like the cherry on top for them. And his pals are going to find any way to go after states. Yeah, I know. Bovino said they were in the area where Alex was murdered, and they were looking for someone the prison had released. The warden had to put out a statement refuting his claim. Yeah, I saw that, Teresa. Yeah, so yeah, they really fucked themselves. And they will fuck themselves when they do this. But here's the bottom line. There is no reason for ICE to be terrorizing a community in order to remove people who are a danger to society. There is no reason. There is no reason that ICE needs to be doing the type of enforcement that they are doing. And I really wish that if we had discussed disinformation in a more meaningful way and pushed back against it or labeled it or done something, that we wouldn't necessarily be this far in the hole. We'll still be in the hole, but we wouldn't be this far. Shouldn't their status be determined prior to detainment? Yeah. No, this is, see, here's the thing. I think also as decent people, we try to explain or we try to rationalize why a government would do the things that they do, right? So it's interesting to me that people would rush to try and explain away or attach a thoughtful analysis to a situation. But the disinformation and the kind of, what is that? Teresa, is that called like a what's that called where you're really, well, I guess it's active measures really, where you're trying to like pull people apart from each other, and, divide and conquer really, right? Divide and conquer. So, requires detention. Stupid. I know. And all the stuff that's going to have to be unwound when, God willing, democracy does come back into vogue is really going to be amazing. Minnesota is one of the better run states for people compared to most. Always a top place to raise a family. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Minnesota seems like a pretty decent place, and like they're really showing up. Yeah. Brett, all of this has been backwards for a long time. It's true. Lake and Riley Act requires detention. Intervention. What's intervention? What does that mean? Intervention. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the answer is. Hold on, let me pull up my other stories here. Oh yeah, I was gonna play this Todd Blanche. Actually, I'm gonna do this so I can smoke some weed and drink some coffee. But so you're gonna have to suffer and listen to Todd Blanche. Hold on. Wait. This is from Turd Blanche. Sorry, I called him the wrong thing. His name is Turd. I forgot. Sorry, I'm all over the place today. It's Monday. Trumpito is attacking true American values. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I'm not much of a nationalist, and I don't really care about borders. And I like process. I like things that to be somewhat predictable for folks. That's why I like process. I like process so that people aren't caught off guard. And process to me helps bring calm and clarity to things, whereas chaos tends to be defined by one person, but not that definition is not shared with everyone else, right? So that's why I like process, because it can be somewhat something to look to for everyone, and at least there's a basic understanding, which then should be evaluated. And like if the standards aren't working for us as humans, then we need to change the standard. But there is a way to do that, and it's not just killing everyone that you don't agree with. Yeah, okay. That's not what it is. And that doesn't have to be, I don't know. I mean, this country is so problematic. It's really hard, And, freedom for all. Mind your own fucking business. Everyone has dignity. Everyone has access to services that make their lives full and rich. And we exist to bring beauty to the world. Like, we exist to bring love into the world. We exist to be there for people. That's really what this time on the planet is for. Controlling people and demonizing other people and all of that is not. That's not what this was. I don't think that's what this was meant for. Okay, yeah, he is grim. This is Turd Blanche, who is the Assistant Attorney General, probably soon to be the Attorney General, because Pamela Joe is just like kind of ham-handed. She's in over her Laboutins. So, yeah, I think she's going to have to go soon. But Turd will step right up and be actually worse than Pam, so if you can imagine. But anyway, Turd went on the shows on Sunday and talked to... Oh my God. Look at this little dick. He's such a fucking dick. Oh yeah, Todd Blanche is definitely in the files. Actually, I was just listening this weekend. I was listening to the Ghislaine Maxwell, her deposition, her tapes. And there he is right there. I mean, this is the guy that tried to tell us that Trump is not a rapist. This is the guy, he actually was the lawyer. This is the guy who tried to tell us that Trump doesn't cook his books. Like literally. And now he's the head of our justice in this country. I just want that to sink in. Turd Blanche, this guy, was Trump's private lawyer before becoming Assistant Attorney General. So, yeah, he's a pedo protector. Actually, that's my new thing with all these guys. They protect pedophiles. Like, why, Todd, why are you protecting pedophiles? Todd, why are you doing that? In fact, you're not just protecting them, honey. You defend them. You go extra for your pedophiles, Todd. Todd, how does your mother feel about that?
The Attorney General Todd Blanche. Mr.
Turd.
Blanche, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I do want to start by watching one of those videos of the shooting. And again, I do want to warn our viewers, this is disturbing. Take a look.
Honestly.
Mr. Blanche, the administration spent all day Saturday arguing that Alex Preddy posed a threat to law enforcement. What exactly do you see in that video that posed a threat to law enforcement?
Well, I'll tell you what I don't see, and I don't see protesting happening. And this narrative that what was happening on that yesterday morning, what was protesting interrupted by ICE, is not what we see. I also do not see a single state and local law enforcement officer there to help. And that should be the narrative that we're talking about, is that what we have is ICE doing isolated operations to get criminals off the street with zero cooperation from the governor, from leadership in Congress, or from the mayor. And so when you see what we just observed, was that peaceful protesting? Of course not. That was a very violent occurrence, because ICE cannot do their job effectively when local law enforcement refuses to help. And that is what is so tragic about what happened yesterday and what's been happening in Minneapolis for the past several weeks, is that ICE is doing all of this work, doing their jobs, and local law enforcement are not being allowed to do a single thing to help. And that is dangerous, as we saw yesterday morning.
Mr. Blanche, respectfully, there are only 600 police officers in Minneapolis. There are 3,000 ICE agents. Local officials there say it strains credulity to think that they can back up every ICE official. But I want to stick to the video and what happened yesterday, the specifics of it. What exactly threatened those law enforcement officials? Did at any point Mr. Preddy brandish a gun?
I can see the same video that everybody else can see, and it's been analyzed up and down for the past 24 hours. But there's obviously an investigation that's ongoing. Secretary Noem talked about that yesterday, which is what we would expect anytime a tragedy like this occurs. But I disagree with you when you say what was there that looked as if there was a confrontation that was we don't know what happened in the minutes leading up to that to what we just watched. We don't know what ICE saw, what ICE heard. That's part of the investigation that's going to be happening. But what we did not see, again, we cannot avoid this conversation. What we did not see is a single cop helping with that isolated, targeted effort by ICE to arrest a criminal. And you're right. There are three. Go ahead. Sorry.
Did you see him at any point brandish a gun? Have you been told by law enforcement there on the ground that at any point he brandished a gun, that he threatened them with a gun? The video shows he's holding up a cell phone.
No, you can't see what everything is happening. I mean, what you do see is you see several ICE officers surrounding him. You see a violent interaction with the man.
You absolutely can see. You absolutely can see from about 4 different angles. You absolutely can see from about 4 different angles who has what in their hands. Yeah, Turd is stammering. He's definitely knows that he's lying. I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to keep bringing this up until I don't know, until it happens, I guess. Turd Blanche is probably going to be hung for treason. Pam Bondi is probably going to be hung for treason. Now, I don't know if they still kill people for treason anymore. I don't know. But the comparisons to Nazi war crimes by, well, who do you think, Robert? Who do you think is going to do it? Who do you think? Because pendulums swing back. So while this regime may be in power, and they may be in power for a long time, it is inevitable that that power will fall. And this regime especially really loves to get over their skis. So, yeah, you're right, Robert. Right now, we don't have a SCOTUS that will backstop. Federal courts are doing the best they can, but if they're ultimately going to be overturned by SCOTUS, then yeah, that's really depressing. So I don't have the answer for you, Robert, but I do believe that justice will prevail. Maybe not in my lifetime, but I hope, because I don't think we can go on much longer like this as a country, because that there will be people. Oh, that's right, the EO, yeah. There will be people that hold this administration to account. There could be lots of changes in the way that we approach the International Criminal Court based on our experience after these years. You know, a million things could happen. And we're going to have to, if we ever have the chance to elect anyone again, we're going to have to elect people that support democracy and that support the rule of law and that seek to make the rule of law better for people, to work for us as people, and hopefully to right the wrongs of all of our administrations that have been complicit in killing people around the world, in allowing corporate oligarchs to take over and control our daily lives. It is, and I don't know who those people are. He had a very good call. No, I don't believe any of that. Yeah. So, right now we're in a crisis. We're in a crisis that we have not been in. And because of our inability to hold ourselves accountable as a country over time, we don't have an international criminal court that can oversee what's happening. We don't pay attention. We're pulling ourselves out of the United Nations. We're actively doing that right now. And not that the United Nations was, the be all end all, but they do hold some sway. And they do uncover what's happening. And just like they've done for Gaza and, the Congo and other places around the world, the UN, God willing, will report on our atrocities as well. Hey, Lee, how you doing? Well, I'm kind of all over the place today, so it's kind of a Monday without like an anchor of anything. So we're just kind of shooting the shit. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think this country can go on much longer. This is definitely a change in tenor for this country, and I don't necessarily see what the short-term solution is. Short-term solution is to address it. All I can do is hope to understand it and hope to understand what the bigger picture might be. And that's why, like, election integrity, the fact that voter rolls are so important to this administration for Minnesota tells me that this is not about immigration, that this is about flipping that state to blue. What do you think it will take for most people to check back in? Well, I don't know. I mean, I would have thought it would have already been happening, Robert. So I don't know. Why don't you tell me what what keeps you from being such a strong proponent of human rights, Robert? I'll flip the question on you. Why are you not a stronger protester against human rights violations? But why are your survival instincts any different than mine? Why am I so concerned about people's rights and you're not? Answer me that. Tell me what it would take for you to check back in. Because I'm checked in. So what would it take for you to check back in? Because right now we've got at least 2 people shot in the face or shot in the head. I don't have any skin in the game? Are you kidding me? I don't have any skin in the game? Wow. That's ballsy. You know me, huh? You know me so well. You know me so well. So why don't you do anything to help other people, Robert? Why are you so lazy? Why are you so uncaring? If you have skin in the game, why don't you even say that? Why don't you even say things? Why do you even support this regime? You don't even talk about this regime. You don't talk about anything of substance. So you're not doing anything. And what's your skin in the game? If you were so worried about being deported, are you worried about being deported, Robert? Is that what you're trying to tell me now? All of a sudden, you're fucking worried about it? Because you weren't worried about it before. You were saying they should take people out of this country. That's what you were saying. Don't have any skin in the game. You have no fucking idea who you're talking to. You don't know me. You don't know my family. You don't know anything. You're a useless skin bag. God, fucking incels. Jesus. Why do I do this? Why do I do this? Whatever.
Cared about their citizens,
Mr.
this would
Blanch.
never have happened because there would be law.
So sorry. I didn't see it going. Sorry. Let's go back. I don't even know what he was saying. Okay. Let's see. Sorry about that. I'll fix it. Dumb. Todd is muted, but I'm okay with that. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Oh, I didn't know that's a JFK saying. I didn't know that. What is reference letters? I don't know what character reference letters are. I sometimes men want attention, people. So just we're gonna give Robert some attention, and maybe then he'll feel better about himself. I don't know what character reference for people being deported. You know what? I would definitely write character letters. Do I get the chance to do that? No, really, where do I sign up to do that? Because I write great letters. Seriously, I didn't know I could even do that. I would definitely do that. Are you kidding? That would be easy. I could pump out 50 of those a day or more. Wow, where do I do that? Do you do it? Robert, have you done it? Robert, have you done it? And so, because I don't know anyone who's been deported, I can't care about it? Wait a minute. Is that what your logic is? Your logic is because I may not know a particular person who's being deported that I shouldn't care about it? Is that your logic? Duh. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? So an opportunity to develop and share strategy becomes a merit measuring contest. Let me tell you, Robert sits and pulls his dick all day long. He's not writing letters for anybody. He's not getting up from his chair for anybody. He's sitting there looking at women wanking his little tiny dick. No, I'm pointed out you care so much about, but doesn't really affect you, does it? Why? What does that matter? What does that matter, Robert? What does that matter? What the fuck is the point of that? I care about something even though it doesn't impact me. Wow, what a terrible person I am. What? Are you fucking stupid? Oh my God! Oh. I'm just trying to look good. Oh, it's virtue signaling. That's what you wanted to say. Virtue signaling. Ah, okay. Okay, I got it. I'm virtue signaling. Yeah, okay. All right. That's why you get mad at people who don't agree with on every fucking issue. I think you have a problem because I wouldn't go out with you, Robert. Can I be honest? I think this isn't about me. I think it's because you wouldn't. I think it's because I wouldn't go out with you. I think it's because I denied your request for a date. No, it's true. I have it in writing, everybody. So no, I'm not making this up. He literally asked me out and I said no. And ever since that, it has been this kind of thing. I don't know why he wants to fuck a 62-year-old woman so very badly. I mean, that to me means you really don't have a lot of options in your life. If I'm the l'amour of your... Well, Robert, you tell me, because you asked me out and then you got so mad. Well, I must be really hot because you fucking can't fucking stop sniffing my butt. So I must be the hottest fucking 62-year-old on the fucking planet to talk stupid. I don't talk stupid, baby. You do. Okay? If anybody's being stupid right now, it's you, bitch. You're such a small, small, small little man. So why don't you go tug your little tiny mushroom? I did. I hurt his feelings so bad, Teresa. This is where we are. Yeah, it's like stalking. Yeah. I'm mad because you're insulting me, Robert. I don't care when you're available. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck that teddy bear. Go fuck. You know what? I hope you should not be a father. That's what it is. You should not be a father. I don't know who gave you any partial custody of your daughter, but they were insane. Because you're dangerous. I don't know what your problem is, but you're dangerous. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you question my caring about people in this world and what I put on the line, what I have on the line? How fucking insulting you are. Man. Anyway, it affects everyone in the world what's happening in the U.S. Yeah, that's true too. NATO, the world's monetary security. Yeah, world trade, world energy, human rights. You know, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's pretty much all of it. Yeah. Oh my God. Yikes. Okay. Well, let's go back to turd. Speaking of asshole men, let's go back to turd. There's a lot of great reasons to care. And you know what? I'm pretty proud of myself for caring. I'm pretty proud of myself for who I am and what I do in this world to try and make it better. You know? Like, I fucking work hard to try and make sure stories are being told. I don't deserve that. I don't deserve Escobar coming in here thinking that he can just throw insults. I don't deserve that. I don't deserve it. And you know what? I need people to stand up for me. Because I don't deserve it. I'm one of the truest motherfucking voices on this fucking app. And I've been doing this for years to 20 people. So I don't deserve it. Because I put my fucking life and soul into what I do. And I care about people.
with the man who was shot. And so we don't know. The video, no matter how many times you look at it, no matter how many different angles that we see, there's a lot that we don't see. And that's exactly why you have to have an investigation, which is exactly what DHS is doing and exactly what we would hope that they would do. But you can't tell exactly what happened. It was a very instant violence. These law enforcement, ICE has a very tough job. It is very hard when they're walking, trying to do their job, and there are agitators and rioters everywhere. These men and women are not protesting. They are not peacefully protesting. They are trying to impede and obstruct ICE, and it makes the job that our men and women have to do virtually impossible to do without interactions like that. And yes, yesterday's shooting was a tragedy. And yes, we feel a ton of sympathy for the family and friends of the deceased. But make no mistake about it, this was entirely avoidable. If we had a governor, if we had a mayor, if we had leadership in Washington and over Minnesota that actually cared about their citizens, this would never have happened because there would be law enforcement on the streets helping ICE.
Mr. Blanche, I just want to stay on this, though. Local officials do say Alex Preddy was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. The video seems to show at one moment an officer removing a gun in the seconds before
I'm just going to block him.
Mr.
He's
Preddy
just coming
was shot.
here.
Was he disarmed?
He's coming here just to make me upset, and it worked. And so I'm just going to block him. I tried to be nice. I tried to let him in. I tried to let him talk. I let everybody come in. But I'm really sick of someone who is so fake and so small and so stupid that they would have the audacity to say anything to me about what I do and who I care about and what I care and what skin I have in the game. I have been nice to him every time he's come. And I don't deserve to be treated like that. And I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of this fucking web.
Armed before those shots were fired?
I do not know, and nobody else knows either. That's why we're doing an investigation. It does appear that he was armed. I have heard the same thing you have, that he was lawfully armed, and that's something that's important in this country, and there's nothing wrong with anybody lawfully carrying firearms. But whether he was disarmed or whether he pulled the gun on law enforcement, whether law enforcement saw him go for the gun, what they have to do is they have to protect themselves. They have to protect the public around them, and we'll see what happens. But just make no mistake about it. This was an incredibly split-second decision that had to be made by ICE officers confronting a very complicated, violent situation with not a single local law enforcement officer in sight.
Well, Alex Preddy, I mean, he is a member of the public. He's a resident there. I mean, this is an American citizen. He's an ICU nurse at a VA hospital. He appears to be shot some 10 times. There are a group of law enforcement officials who pummel him, who spray tear gas at him, pepper spray. Why shouldn't every American be bothered by what they see in this video,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Blanchard?
Appreciate
You
it.
bothered by
Thank you.
what you see in this video?
Absolutely. Every
10
American should be
times?
bothered. But what should they be bothered by? They should be bothered that ICE is going on an isolated arrest to arrest a criminal, and they have zero support from law enforcement. The narrative here
Shouldn't they be able to make decisions on their own, Mr.
Blanch?
Blanche? You're talking about state and local officials, and that is a debate worth having. What, if any, support are they getting? But in that instance, should they be able to make a decision about how to respond on their own? And if they can't, should they not be in that position in the first place?
They make decisions all day, every day. There are 3,000 ICE officers in one city. We have tens of thousands of ICE officers all over the country. They make very difficult decisions all day, every day, trying to protect the American people. And what we see all over the country, save a few sanctuary cities like Minneapolis, is we see cooperation and support. And so the reason why we don't see this violence all over the country is because in every single jurisdiction, save a few, like Minneapolis, there is cooperation. You work together with local law enforcement. Police are there to assist with crowd control and rioters and the violent acts that we see happening. And again, this is not a peaceful protest. He was not protesting peacefully. He was interrupting an ICE operation.
Please finish.
He was interrupting an ICE operation, and that led to a very tragic occurrence that every single person in this country hoped did not happen. But make no mistake about it, you cannot look at a 10-second video and judge what happened. You have to look at it from a full situation of what's been happening in Minneapolis for the past several weeks, which is a simple fact. One city in this country do we have these problems. One city, and that's Minneapolis.
But Mr.
It's
Blanch,
not a reflection of ICE, that's a reflection of that city.
You're saying he wasn't protesting peacefully, and yet the video before shows him holding up a cell phone, directing traffic. The video after shows him being pummeled by these law enforcement. Everyone has now seen this video across the country with this man holding up a cell phone. And part of the outrage that people are expressing is that they feel as though the federal government is asking them to believe something that they don't see with their own two eyes. Is that what the administration is asking of the American people, to believe that he was violent, when the video, based on what everyone has seen so far, does not show that?
Well, first of all, I did not say he was violent. I said he was not protesting peacefully. And you just described what every American has seen, which is video shortly ahead of the incident, where he was screaming in the face of ICE. He had a phone up right into ICE's face. You tell me, is that protesting peacefully? I mean, we all see the same thing. I mean, you shouldn't try to gaslight the administration about what happened. That was not a peaceful protest. And yes, what happened afterwards is tragic. It is horrible. It is heartbreaking. But make no mistake about it, that would have never happened. That would have never happened. And it doesn't happen in cities around this country every single day. But for the complete failure by the mayor and by the governor to do anything to protect their citizens. They park their officers blocks and blocks away while they just let ICE go, and they let citizens just come and do whatever they want to try to torment and to try to agitate officers.
It's actually too much. You're absolutely right. It is insufferable, Grace Lisa. I mean, he is really just, he's got to lie. He's got to stick in there. And this narrative. So it should be, it should actually be really disgusting to me. And people should be much more angry about the fact that the people who shot this person are the only ones who are, oh yeah, it is memeable. Yeah, definitely get that. Hell yeah, Jay, queen of memes. The focus and the ability of these folks to just sit there and spin and spin and spin and spin and spin is just entirely too much. To have the people who were in charge of the shooting actually investigate the shooting and think that that is okay, to have an administration that has already proven that they will lie outright about a situation. I mean, it just is like mind-blowing. Yeah, they maced him and beat him terribly. They maced him and they beat him in the head before shooting him. And if it comes out that one of the officers who took his gun ended up discharging his gun that then made his other idiotic baby brothers shoot as well, I mean, this is bad. This is bad. You know, I think that the police should pick a side, okay? Because there's chiefs and there's sheriffs and they're this and they're that. They all stand up there at these press conferences and they go, this is unacceptable. And the people of Minnesota should not be afraid to walk the street. And the people of this and that, and they shouldn't be afraid. And ICE is overstepping and bullshit. Because when it comes to exactly last night, when we watched the people outside the hotel, your fucking cops will go and support the Stasi at every fucking turn. So sorry, sheriffs and chiefs of police, you better fucking tell your people that you don't want them participating with ICE because something got lost in the translation. And those bitches are either standing back and not protecting citizens against this incursion, or they're helping the fucking Nazis. Okay? So Karen Bass in Los Angeles, Jacob Fry in Minneapolis, and all the other cities, Portland, same thing. You better tell your police what your big feeling is about this, because they don't share that big feeling. They're going out and cracking protester heads instead of right-wing agitators being removed from the situation. The right-wing agitators are being allowed to be there, and they're not protesting against what we're protesting for. They're just protesting against our ability to say it. Okay? That's what the fucking... they did just let him go. You're right, Kat. I understand. The police arrested people last night and then let them go. I understand. But they also stood back and did not help as things were getting, those fucking ICE agents in the hotel were out of control and unsafe. And people were at that point dancing. They weren't, there wasn't as damage or anything like that at that point. That had already happened and died down. So this was just a way to get people out of the area. So but your point is very much taken. The police did the right thing by just letting people go. And I would actually be okay with that kind of performative assistance. But they should have been helping or doing something. There should be a way for local police to somehow diffuse the feds. Don't worry about the protesters. Worry about diffusing the feds, who can't stop spraying people with chemicals and throwing projectiles and hitting people in the head and worse. So I feel like, there needs to be a real, just pick a side, or just tell us that you're on the side of the aggressors. I messaged my Marine brother this morning and asked if he wanted me to send more guns to protect. I messaged my Marine brother and asked if he wanted to send me more guns to protect myself from the tyrannical government. I mean, now I guess I know why we have a Second Amendment. I mean, for real. I mean, this should not have to be this way, right? We should be able to resolve things peacefully. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure where we go from here, because I had a lot more confidence in the midterms until I saw Greg Phillips standing behind Crispy Gnome. I'm going to tell you right now, that Greg Phillips thing really fucking got me. It just really got me. And this whole voter roll, wanting to turn Minnesota blue and lying about that's the reason that you're going after Minnesota so badly. I just can't. And oh my God, if you're falling for that, if you're falling for the fact that you think somehow Tim Walz is the devil incarnate and whatever, and, the big, that he's the Madoff of this century, right? Like Bernie Madoff, hold my beer, Bernie Madoff, because you've got Tim Walz coming through. if that is really the case, then you really have proven to me that you can't discern good information from bad information, or you're too lazy to go and look at what actually is happening in Minnesota and whether or not Walz is really as bad as he is. There's infighting. CNN and Fox News said that there's a lot of infighting at DHS. I think we read something last week about the infighting, or something was alluding to that there were DHS people that were leaving. Oh, the judges, Menendez is focusing on the Bondi letter. Waltz is way too nice. I think I think a lot of, I never look at politicians especially and think, oh, they're going to act like I want them to act all the time, right? Like, people are just people. And so they're very unpredictable in that way. And so I don't know if Tim is a great governor. I don't know if he is. I mean, maybe. And I think I'm done with the pretty words. I'm done with all of them. I'm done with all of them who are like, this is unacceptable and blah, 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 blah. Well, if it's unacceptable, what else? What do we do about that? Like, if I were Tim Walz or a governor or something like that, I'd be talking to my union leaders in the state. This is what I'd be doing. This is what I would do. I would obviously be doing all the things a governor is supposed to do. But then I would also be talking to my union leaders in the state. And I would say, can we organize walkouts and other things that are going to push back under the Constitution? I'm going to push back in the way I can, as they could lay out the facts and they could say what it is. You're right, Al. I totally agree with you. They could just say, name it what it is. That these are illegal actions. It's been proven in federal court time and time and time again. And the tried and true Trump way of dealing with litigation has been working, because delay, obfuscate. That's the mode of the resident in the White House. And so now that is the mode of our country, which is you push out fascist, you ask for forgiveness, not for permission. And you don't even ask for forgiveness. You just push out your policies, wait for someone to sue you, and then keep them in court forever until it can get to the Supreme Court. And then we can go ahead and codify it and fuck everybody. But until that point, just delay, and, push things off to the side. But the courts are trying to stand in the breach. Now, what I need as a governor, I would be like, I would be getting my union leaders, right, and talking about general strikes and other things that could happen, right? So I would be wanting to understand how I can support, the workers to actually kind of stand up to the fascism. And I would be working on ways to, with my legislative leaders, to see if I could build in any protections, right? Work with my courts, my Supreme Court, my state Supreme Court, to really understand, right? I'm not saying he's not doing any of this. I'm just saying this is what would come to mind if I were a governor. I just would be talking to a lot more people in the resistance. I would be organizing with the resistance as a state, because we are in unprecedented territory, right? Oh, well, it's precedented, but none of us were alive for it when states were going up against the federal government, nor were we slave-owning states. But nonetheless, for this reason, I think because we're in uncharted territory, I think it demands more engagement with the public about what we are facing and where we go from here, and how we build resilience inside the state to hopefully stave off some of the authoritarianism, right? Hi, Paw Patrol. How are you? Welcome. Someone got you J-Rance got you a membership. Woo, woo, woo. They're coming for the Discords, trying to say they're hubs of resistance and hoping they're looping in MN state leaders. Alex Preddy's on the billboard in Times Square. That's cool. It just, I don't know. I do tend to fall into this just can't be happening place. I do But then I wake up and it's like, yeah, it is happening. And this is where we're at. And it's very uncharted territory. And, you know, much like our troll asks me, what are you going to do about it? I agree. What are we going to do about it? I don't know necessarily. I agree, Al. We do have the numbers. See, this is why it will take an uncomfortable week. Yep. I do. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I think that's why I'm so focused on this union leader thing, because I feel like if union leaders were able to step forward and encourage membership and did it in such a way. See, this is another place where the DNC could be helpful, the Democratic National Committee, which whatever. If the Democratic National Committee got together with union leaders all across the country and said, listen, let's find a way to create as massive a general strike as we can, and also in the process create safety nets so that people who are participating in the general strike have a fallback, right? This is collective action 101. It's not like we have to invent anything that's new. It's just a matter of having it come from a higher level in the government to actually say, okay, guys, this is what we need, you know, like there needs to be support for people to actually take that risk to go out and do general strike, right? Because there's people with families and there's people who can't afford to do that. But if we made it a way where it was a little bit more cushioning to actually go out and expose yourself and risk what we're asking people to risk by being on the street and being away, like meowing. Unions were integral to the general strike in Minnesota. I really think union, and you're not going to get all the union members. I get that. And I know that there's other hoops you have to jump through in order to get a union to actually go on strike. I understand all of those things. I like to start with an answer and then go through like how you would actually execute that. Would they use high-level government involvement in a general strike? Yeah, maybe. But here's the other thing I'm going to say about the Insurrection Act, Jay. The Insurrection Act is already in effect. Much like fascism is already embedded in our government. Yeah, exactly. The government to save us from, I don't know. I mean, it just has to come from somewhere that a lot of people are going to listen to. It could be Beyonce, frankly, right? It could be Beyonce. Yeah, talk to everyone you see about it. But if we tried to create a scenario where people could at least not lose everything, right? Then I don't know. And you know what? And I've said it before and I'll say it again. Hollywood, you absolutely need to step the fuck up. I don't know what your fucking problem is. I don't know why there aren't more stars out there. I am so mad and so disappointed in Hollywood. They have not told this story. They have not bothered to tell any fucking parts of this story. And it is disgusting to me. And I don't know if it's fear. I don't know if it's stupidity. I don't know if it's ego. I have no idea what's stopping Hollywood from taking what has happened in this country from just start in the last 10 years and really helping people on a larger scale understand what is in front of us. They could have helped combat some of this core disinformation. And not that they would have fixed it, but Hollywood has a way to tell stories that help people change their understanding. And they have done fuck all to do it. Fuck all to do it. I'm surprised that all the ICE agents didn't come out when voting on Prop 50. You know, I'll tell you, they really tried in California to stop that Prop 50, and it was just, I'm really proud actually of the pro Prop 50 organizers. They really fucking did it, man. They were everywhere. So bravo to the pro Prop 50 people here in California that approved the redistricting plan that Newsom put forward. Zio, Wood, and Epstein Island crew and their subjects, not likely, but there are some. Zion. That's right, Zionists. But fewer that brave or clean. Oh, yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day, there's no reason not to push forward, or there's no reason not to ask people to do the right thing, right? Like, we should expect our leaders to do the right thing. And that should be like the bare minimum. We do, and this is the normalizing of Nazism here, is we take much too much for granted and don't, like I said with the journalists, don't push back. Don't push back. It was great turnout. I was very impressed with the Pro 50 people out here. They were everywhere, man. They were everywhere. It was great. I mean, well done. So yeah, now if we could just get our governor to actually be, not to let go of some of his Nazi tendencies, then maybe we'd be okay. But no, we're not there yet. He's still not doing the right thing. All right. We're not going to listen to any more of Todd Blanche because I don't want to. I don't want to. But I do have, damn it, I'm going to read some of these things to you because I said I would, and I mean it. Hold on. Where am I? Yeah. Oh my God, you guys, there's so much stuff that we haven't looked at. It's so funny to me. Actually, wait, do I want to do that? Wait. I've had some of these things sitting in my tray forever. I've had some of these things on the burner for such a long time. 80% drop in sales at predominantly migrant or people of color businesses in Minneapolis. This is so wrong. This entire fucking thing. And you know what? The other thing is, I mean, and this is like the last thing that we should be thinking about, but just think about the economics of the way this country is moving. I'm sorry, but we have not seen the depth of damage that is being done economically to this. Oh, Carrie, we have not seen the depth of damage that is being done to this country by the focus on immigration and all that shit. We have not even begun to see that happen. And the fallout economically from all the shit that's been happening in this country is going to be a nightmare. I mean, it already is a nightmare, but it's going to get worse. And I know that this administration is trying to move as fast as they can because they realize people will catch up with how painful their economic policies are. But business has done a lot to hold off that major pain. Same with the Insurrection Act. It doesn't matter. They will do the insurrection. We are already under the Insurrection Act. And here's my theory. And then I want to get to Carrie's amazing gifts. Thank you so much. I believe that they will wait until closer to the midterms to formally announce Insurrection Act, because it doesn't give people enough time to react and get mad, right? They can go out with the Insurrection Act, really push on the fact that they need this in order to keep the peace, and there will be not enough pushback close enough to the election for the actual implementation of the Insurrection Act. That's what I think is going on here. Because, yes, do you agree, Sam? Do you agree? Do you agree? Because I think they're already acting as if we are under the Insurrection Act. Literally. We're already there. So I think the formal designation, the reason it hasn't come yet is because they know that if they do it early, there's a lot of time between now and the midterms to make hay about the Insurrection Act. But if they wait until closer to the election, people don't have that same reaction time. You see what I'm saying? I really think, I know this might be crazy, but I really think that's... Whoa. Oh, hi. Don't go under there. You turn on my computer. Go that way. What are you doing? My cats. Sam's goofy. Okay, yes. Rapper K5M got one. Wilma Hernandez, grandma of one. We know her. We love her. Christina G. I don't know you. Pookie Mananukum. I don't know you either, but welcome. Thank you, Carrie. Wait, where's my thing? Hold on. Thank you. And you know what, Jay? This is for you. Because I didn't give you a song last time because I was reading. Yeah, remember how we told them all this was going to happen and now it's happening and everyone goes, oh my God, did you guys see what happened? And it's like, yeah, we told you it was going to happen. And I mean we collectively, like there was a lot of people. Thank you. Europe could call in all of our loans. That would cripple us instantly. I mean, you know, there's a lot of shit that could happen. But I'm going to tell you right now, we were ahead of the game because in this lounge, we talked about the Mar-a-Lago Accord in 2023, I think. No, 2024. That's right. It wasn't even written in 2023. We talked about the Mar-a-Lago Accord in 2024, and now we're living it. Aren't we proud? God, I wish I was wrong. Okay, but anyway, on to better news. Tina Peters, right after her appeal is filed, does anyone know, did her appeal come out yet? Did they grant her appeal yet? I guess we would have heard bigger news about it. I can't shout on browser and I can't give membership. Oh, Griffey. All the MAGA calling for the Insurrection Act now. I just keep saying it's not time yet. I'm going to tell you that I just think it's a game because right now we're already in the Insurrection Act. Are you kidding me? People are getting shot in the face for filming. Okay? So come on. We're already there. But in better news, Tina Peters hopefully got the shit beat out of her in the prison. She's such a troublemaker. Troublemaker Tina. Okay, Tina Peters. Is there sound on this? I hope so. Let's see. Let's hope so. Hi, Blind Hog Searching. Hi, Blind Hog. How are you? Holy shit. Did you see her? Wait, I gotta see that again. So the woman tries to pull the thing. Tina comes out. Tina goes right for her neck. Tina goes right for her neck. Tina goes right for her neck. Oh my God. Oh, babe. Blind Hog, I love you. Tina, you're a beast. You are a beast and a half. I think that's hilarious. She's feral. Yeah. Cat Repair is here to help you. Tina goes right for her neck. She did. She goes right for her neck. I couldn't understand what was happening either, Karen, but I enjoyed it. So thank you, Tina, for that. I really appreciate it. Oh my God. Okay. Yikes. Let's see. Nope, I don't want to read that. Oh, speaking of people dumping our treasuries. Speaking of people dumping our treasuries. Lucy's mommy, how are you? Was it just because the one girl moved the cart? I think the girl was trying to stop her from pulling the cart into the other room. I don't know. Yeah, so much for the helpless old lady. Oh my God. The bottom line is Tina, right on the day of her appeal as a lowly, poor, sickly grandma. She's such a granny. That granny was kicking ass and taking names in cell block 5, man. She was fucking throwing fists. in cell block 5. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Sometimes people just really deliver for us, don't they? I don't know. She's really delivering. Okay, I found this the other day. It's actually quite old now, but I thought it was interesting from an economic standpoint. Throwing bows. Throwing liver spots. Actually, I think she's younger. Is she younger than I am? No, I think she's older than I am. Okay. Danish pension fund Akademiker Pension to exit U.S. treasuries. Oh. Here we go. Danish. Oops. Oh, man. I hate you. Microsoft, I hate you. Microsoft, I hate you. All right, Danish pension fund Akademiker Pension plans to sell all its U.S. Treasury holdings by the end of January, citing credit risks associated with President Donald Trump's policies. That's right, elbows up. That's right. Tina could knock the shit out of Nick Sorter, who is the fat Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is the thin Nick Sorter. Nick Sorter is the fat Nick Shirley. Yep, that's how you keep them straight. Okay, they plan to da-da-da. The U.S. is basically... I mean, this isn't funny because, whatever, but whatever. The U.S. is basically not a good credit, and long-term U.S. government finances are not sustainable, Anders Schelde, chief investment officer at Akademiker Pension, told Bloomberg on Tuesday. The fund, which manages approximately $25 billion in savings for teachers and academics, currently holds about $100 million in U.S. treasuries as of the end of 2025. Schelde explained that risk and liquidity management had been the only reason to maintain treasury positions, but we decided that we can find alternatives to that. Which is the crying one? Oh, it's definitely Nick Sorter. So the fat Nick Shirley cries a lot. The skinny Nick Sorter just kind of is deadpan and I think there's nothing actually in the shell. I think he's just a shell. He's just the shell. Yeah. He's just the outside. He doesn't come with the inside parts. Shelda explained that we decided among the factors driving the decision, Shelda mentioned Trump's threats regarding Greenland. Additional concerns about fiscal discipline and dollar weakness also contributed. But I just wanted to say that there are already countries who are just like, oh, Tina's 70? Okay, she's older than I am. Great. Thank God. Thank God someone is. DNC could take a lesson from our reaction to Miss Peters, right? There you go. I don't like her less now. It's true, right? Like, okay. I'm just glad that she showed everyone who the real Tina Peters is. That's all. I'm just real happy about that. Okay, so then let's see. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I really should read this. This we should really read. I think we need to read this. Okay, this is an old New York Times piece. It's not that old, although this is the editorial board, so it's kind of weird. But when was it? Oh, man, they didn't even have the date. Where's the date? This was a few days ago, at least. I can't remember when. But it was, oh, son of a bitch, come on. 1 year ago, Donald Trump took an oath to serve the American people. Instead, he's focused on using the presidency to enrich himself. Tiny Peters. That's right. She sucks, but still, yeah. She can throw hands. That's good. If you buck, you must nuck. I'm telling you, I told her to flip and the bitch wouldn't flip, okay? I've tried to help Tina Peters, but she refused to be helped, so I can't do anything else for her. She's on her own. Okay. How Trump has pocketed $1.4 billion. Is that trillion or billion? Oh, wait, that's for is that billion or trillion? No, that's trillion, right? Oh, my God, I don't even know how many numbers that is. Is that 1.4 trillion? I don't know. I don't know my numbers. President Dump. Right, let me move this. Hold, please, and this is what we're doing. Hold, please, and this is what we do. Read. Okay. 1 year ago, Dumpy, Okay, Is it trillion? Oh, it's 1.4 billion. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I don't know why. I just like totally forgot. All right. Dump has never been a man to ask what he can do for his country in his second term, as in his first. He is instead testing the limits of what his country can do for him. He has poured his energy and creativity into the exploitation of the presidency, into finding out just how much money people, corporations, and other nations are willing to put into his pockets in hopes of bending the power of the government to the service of their interests. A review by the editorial board, relying on analyses from news organizations, shows that Mr. Dump has used the office of the presidency to make at least $1.4 billion. We know this number to be an underestimate because some of his profits remain hidden from public view, and they continue to grow. The Dumps have made at least $23 million from licensing Mr. Dump's name overseas since his re-election. A hotel in Oman, an office tower in Western India, a golf course on the outskirts of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. These are a few of the more than 20 overseas projects the Dump organization is pursuing, often requiring cooperation with foreign governments. These deals have made millions for the Trumps, according to Reuters, and the administration has sometimes treated those same governments favorably. One example, the administration agreed to lower its threatened tariffs on Vietnam about a month after a Trump organization project broke ground on a $1.5 billion golf complex outside of Hanoi. Vietnamese officials ignored their own laws to fast-track the project. Each stack of bills represents the median household income in the United States, $83,730. So, the Trumps are pocketing $28 million from Amazon for a documentary about Melanie Trump. Amazon paid far more for the rights to Melania than the next highest bidder, and far more than the company had previously paid for similar projects, according to the Wall Street Journal. Bezos, Amazon's chairman and one of the world's richest people, has many reasons to curry favor with the administration, including antitrust regulation, Amazon's defense contracts, and his space company's federal contracts. That's right. It's a payola. This government is a payola now. Isn't that funny? Oh no, yeah, Trump Heights. No, we definitely talk about Gaza and Jared Kushner and Trump and everybody here, Brett. Don't worry. I got you covered. Dude. Major tech and media companies have paid Mr. Dump $90.5 million in settlements since his re-election. Settlements have come from X, ABC News, Meta, YouTube, and Paramount. None of them were justified on the merits, which is really maddening, okay? Paramount, for example, agreed to pay the president $16 million for what he claimed was the deceptive editing of a 2024 Kamala Harris interview. The editing was a normal part of journalism. 3 weeks later, the FCC approved an $8 billion merger with Skydance. I know. I was adding, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Qatar gave Mr. Dump a $400 million jet and more that he will use as Air Force One while president and plans to take with him after leaving office. Wow. Mr. Dump seemed to acknowledge that the gift would influence his treatment of Qatar. We are going to protect this country, he said in Doha shortly after Qatar offered the plane. Mr. Dump has said he expects to transfer the plane to his presidential library after leaving office. Oh, is that the Piggly Wiggly on the corner? The Trumps have made at least $867 million through various cryptocurrencies. And every time I think about this, I think about Tina, who has been tracking the Sovereign Wealth Fund of the United States so beautifully. And I love my friends because their research is absolutely top fucking notch. And I'm proud. The Dumps have made at least $867 million through various cryptocurrencies. Mr. Dump's sale of crypto has been by far his biggest moneymaker, according to Reuters. People who hope to influence federal policy, including foreigners, can buy his family's coins, including effectively transferring money to the Trumps, and the deals are often secret. Oh my God, what could go wrong? One that has become public. A United Arab Emirates-backed investment firm announced plans last year to deposit $2 billion into a Trump firm 2 weeks before the president gave the country access to advanced chips. I'm not sure what proof people need. I understand proof is like very quaint at this point in time, given all the disinformation. Proof is very meaningless at this as a word to describe this, but all told, Mr. Dump has profited from his return to the presidency by an amount of money equal to 16,822 times the median U.S. household income. Mr. Dump's hunger for wealth is brazen. Throughout the nation's history, presidents of both parties have taken care to avoid even the appearance of profiting from public service. This president gleefully squeezes American corporations, flaunts gifts from foreign governments, and celebrates the rapid growth of his own fortune. When President Harry Truman left office in 1953, he did not even own a car. He and his wife returned to Missouri by train and lived for a time on his Army pension. He refused to take any job that he regarded as commercializing his public service, explaining, "I knew that they were not interested in hiring Harry Truman, the person, but what they wanted to hire was the former president of the United States." Mr. Trump has said that when he leaves office, he plans to take with him a $400 million Boeing 747 that was a gift from Qatar, and to display it at his presidential library. This tally focuses on Mr. Dump's documented gains. The $1.4 billion figure is a minimum, not a full accounting. It is probable that Mr. Dump has collected several $100 million in additional profits from his cryptocurrency ventures over the past year. The Trumps have acknowledged as much. When the Financial Times asked Eric Dump, one of the president's stupidest sons, and that's a low bar, about its estimated value of the family's crypto gains, he said they were probably even larger than the news organization thought. Our accounting also does not include other ways in which the president has encouraged influence seekers to make donations that benefit him politically, including to his planned White House renovation, which is actually being threatened in court, I'll pull that. During the government shutdown, Mr. Dump even used a private gift to finance his policy priorities. Other presidents did not behave this way. That's right. He got $300 million from some donor to pay the military. I don't know. It didn't really line up. Mr. Dump was already the wealthiest person to serve as president of the United States. He began his second term with a large portfolio of real estate holdings and an ownership stake in a social media company. Those businesses have benefited from his presidency. His real estate company, for example, is making millions from deals licensing Mr. Trump's name for use on new projects in foreign countries. Even more striking, however, are the enormous profits the Trump family has reaped by creating and selling cryptocurrencies, allowing Mr. Trump to collect money from those seeking his favor. It is impossible to know how often Mr. Dump makes official decisions, in part or entirely because he wants to be richer, and that is precisely the problem. A culture of corruption is pernicious because it is not just a deviation from government in the public interest. It is also the destruction of the state's democratic legitimacy. It undermines the necessary faith that the representatives of the people are acting in the interest of the people. Aristotle, writing more than 2,000 years ago, saw clearly and warned that a government whose leaders work to enrich themselves might still call itself a republic and might still go through the motions, but when the aim of the government shifts from public good to private gain, its constitution becomes an empty shell. The government is no longer for the people. The demands of avarice gradually corrupt the work of government as officials facilitate the accumulation of personal wealth. Worse, such a government corrupts the people who live under its rule. They learn by experience that they live in a society where the laws are written by the highest bidder. They become less likely to obey those laws and to participate in the work of democracy, speaking, voting, paying taxes. The United States risks falling into this cynical spiral as Mr. Dump hollows out the institutions of government and for his personal gain. So the methodology, numbers are based on publicly available information and analyses by news. Licensing and crypto estimates are drawn from a Reuters analysis published in October. Melania meme coin. Okay, can we talk about the Melania meme coin? Do we remember who was in charge of the Melania meme coin? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was Hayden Davis. And Hayden Davis is a known crypto fraudster who admitted that he and others pulled the rug on the Melania coin. Pulled the rug. What happened to Hayden? Let's see where Hayden is these days. Why not? Hold on. Let me check. There's a name from our past. He's probably in charge of crypto in the White House. TBH. Okay, that's not him. Wait, where do I have the right name? Oh yeah, Hayden Davis. Oh wait, when's this? 10 months ago. Hayden Davis. That's the wrong one. Do 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 do. Oh shoot! I'm trying to see if there's any recent news on him, but I think he's been hiding. I think he's been hiding. I think he's been hiding. Yeah. Is this him? No. Well, there's a lot of Hayden Davises in the world. Or he really knows how to throw himself off. Well, let me tell you. I'll just pull up the wiki on it right now. So if you don't know, Hayden Davis is the scam artist behind the Libra coin, which is this particular wiki story, which was used in Argentina. It was a cryptocurrency project called Libra. The price of the meme coin spiked following Milei's promotion, but then suffered a severe price drop, leading to allegations of a rug pull and $251 million of losses for investors. Where do we go here? I want to make sure they're talking about what I want to talk about. Key figures. Oh, here we go. Hayden Davis. Hayden Mark Davis, an American cryptocurrency marketer and scam artist who has been involved in a number of meme coin pump and dump schemes, was a key player implicated in the Libra cryptocurrency scandal. In fact, I think he's still holding the $100 million in profits that he says he doesn't know who to give it to. That's what he said. I don't know if that's true. I think it's not true. He's CEO of Kelsier Ventures, participated in the launch of the token, is operated by Davis along with his brother Gideon and their father Tom, and was initially founded during the COVID-19 pandemic. These guys are real fucking scam artists, and they are the ones who launched the Melania coin. That's right. Let me see. This is just all his background. I want to see. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Here we go. In October 2025, Davis and Chow, which I guess Chow's another partner, were named in a class action lawsuit alleging that Melania Trump's meme coin, among 15 other tokens, was part of a scheme utilizing weaponized fame to disarm diligence. What? In the following month, an Argentinian judge ordered the freezing of assets belonging to Hayden Davis. He's got the $100 million. Fabio Camilo Rodriguez Blanco and Orlando Rodolfo Melino, who each appeared as registered owners of virtual wallets under judicial scrutiny. The wallets contained a value estimated between $100 and $120 million. In December 2025, it was reported by Clarin that Davis had signed a confidential agreement with the Argentinian government, appointing him as an unpaid specialized advisor 2 weeks prior to the release of the Libra token. The contract specified that Davis would provide pro bono advice on the blockchain and artificial intelligence related materials. During the signing of the document, while Davis was in Argentina, multiple transactions were made to intermediaries, as noted in a report by Argentina's Secretarial for Financial Investigation, linking the cryptocurrency project to him. What? 3 minutes after the token's creation on Friday, February 14, 2025, at 7:01 p.m. Argentina time, Milei shared a post promoting the coin on his X, Instagram, and Facebook accounts. The post described as launching a private economic initiative to stimulate economic growth in Argentina through investment in small businesses and startups. That's what the money was going to go to. Milei stated that the project operated under the token identifier Libra and was structured to facilitate private investment in Argentine enterprises. He posted the project's associated blockchain contract address in the same message. Immediately after his post, the value surged from minuscule to $5.20 per coin in 40 minutes. The founders of Libra held 70%. I'm going to see this. Let's say that again. The founders of Libra, Hayden Davis, Chow, this other people, held 70% of the total supply. And once the price reached a certain level, they abruptly sold their holdings. That's a rug pull, crashing the price by 85%. Within a few hours, the price dropped to 99 cents. The market cap reached 4.6 billion of the coin. and then fell to only 162 million. 3 hours later, the 9 founding accounts had made approximately 87 million at the expense of an estimated 74,000 investors. The event has been described as a type of scam commonly known as a rug pull. So anyway, that's Hayden Davis, who was behind the Melania coin, who is probably poking around poking around. I'm really curious to know where he is now. Where is he now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Wait, I want to see this Clarence story, though. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, man. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. Clarence. Oh, so I'm not probably going to be able to read it. Fuck. Okay. I'll try and find that reporting. But anyway, just so you know, Trump is heavily involved with Hayden Davis, obviously. Hayden admitted that the Melania coin underwent a rug pull. He admitted it on CoffeeZilla. We watched it when he admitted it. So it's unclear to me why Hayden Davis is not, under any scrutiny. But then, as you say, Teresa, the SEC just dropped the case against the Winklevoss twins and Gemini and Crypto Bros, and all the foreign crypto bros have been pardoned and other things. So here's the thing. The Trump family is very deep in the cryptocurrency scam and the rug pulling and all the other shit that goes along with it, and getting paid in crypto by foreign governments and other things. Eric and Don Jr. are all on top of that. So talk about the corruption is off the charts. You can tell me that everybody up to this point has been a corrupt administration, and I'll say, yep. Well, they can hold their beer, because this administration is saying, I've got your corruption and I'm quadrupling it, if not more. So, so frustrating. Okay. Okay, where's my other? Oh, here. Do. So yeah, he's enriching himself. Oh, I wanted to read this. Hold on. Okay, I've got a couple pieces. Stay with me. Don't leave me. I wanted to read this. This is from a while back, but it is Dave Troy. This is from a couple weeks ago. Back again. Oh, Kev, you fell asleep. I love naps. I think naps are great. Millet gave him a chainsaw because we have accountability. Well, I'm just wondering, we're going to find little Hayden Davis. We're going to find out what he's up to now. Where in the world is Hayden Davis? Where in the world? I was trying to remember all the scams, and I couldn't hold them all in my head. I know, Carrie, it's too much. And we just don't have any clue as to where money is going that he's getting from foreign governments and other things. And this whole boondoggle of businesses investing in us and all that. I don't know. It's just, this is not the most transparent administration, as they love to claim. It is the least transparent administration. And that's saying something, because I remember Wolfowitz and the Bush administration and, and Henry Kissinger and all that. So for us to say this is like a step beyond in terms of a corrupt administration is pretty big. But I wanted to read to you this piece by our friend, wonderful Dave Troy, who's very smart and tried to help us understand what we were up against, but we just weren't ready to pay attention, I guess. So this is from January 6. The Russian roots of Trump's Venezuela and Greenland operations. We find that Trump's current moves against Venezuela and Greenland have roots in a long-running Russian influence campaign intended to provoke these outcomes. Look at all those people. Hey, there's Levin. See, I need to hear more from Lev about this guy. I need to hear more from you, Lev. Tell me about Giuliani. An investigation by America 2.0, which is Dave Troy's thing, has revealed that Vladimir Putin has been attempting to influence Dump to seize both Venezuela and Greenland since at least 2017. The effort, rooted in Putin's ambitions in Ukraine, hinged on American embrace of the Monroe Doctrine, the 1823 policy framework that focused American influence within the Western Hemisphere. Putin's reasoning, according to witnesses familiar with the proposals, is simple. If Dump would agree to disengage in Ukraine, Putin would agree to give Trump control in Venezuela. Each country is in the other's backyard, the story went, so if Trump got relief in his backyard, Putin could expect reciprocation in his. Rather than approach Trump outright with an explicit quid pro quo arrangement, Putin arranged a series of dangles and provocations that he hoped might prompt Trump to follow Putin's plan. The origins of his obsession. Ron Lauder, the cosmetics heir and confidant to both Trump and Putin, which again should be really shocking to people, initially approached Dump with the idea to buy Greenland in 2017. According to the 2022 book The Divider by Peter Baker and Susan Glasser, fuck you, Peter Baker, Trump took it to his national security advisor, John Bolton, saying, "A friend of mine, a really, really experienced businessman, thinks we can get Greenland." Lauder even volunteered to serve as the back channel to the Danish government and help drive the negotiations. There they are. That's the Estee Lauder. You know Estee Lauder, the cosmetics? This is the Lauders. Very wealthy assholes. Very wealthy Nazis. I don't want to think about it. I understand. Oh, did Gnome listening while doom scrolling? Oh, okay. Okay, understood. All right, we'll try and... I'm not helping, am I? I'm not helping that. Okay, sorry about that. All right, but he also Bolton did not initially reject the idea, reasoning that an expanded relationship with Greenland might serve American interests, but he also knew the notion of buying Greenland was next to impossible. Truman had tried to do so and failed in 1946, and the Danes were still uninterested. Bolton also rejected the idea of Lauder as emissary. By 2018, knowing Trump would likely not drop the idea, Bolton instructed his aide, Fiona Hill, to at least explore the idea. Hill and Michael Ellis, a National Security Council lawyer, met secretly with the ambassador to Denmark to develop ideas that might be workable, with the knowledge that a purchase was impossible. They brainstormed various alternatives, but Bolton instructed them to stop in favor of more important work. He threatened to shift hurricane relief funds from the island Commonwealth towards acquiring Greenland, going so far as to even propose a trade of Puerto Rico for Greenland, a bargain the Danes would surely find bizarre. Oh my God. Ooh, but Trump didn't let it drop and also became fixated on Puerto Rico. He threatened to shift hurricane relief funds, from the island Commonwealth towards acquiring Greenland, going so far as to even propose a trade. Bolton planned to meet with the Danish Prime Minister to broach a discussion on Greenland, but after an August 16, 2019 story in the Wall Street Journal revealed Trump's interest, the Danes predictably reacted poorly, with one party spokesperson saying, "If he is truly contemplating this, then this is final proof that he has gone mad." With Trump's intentions now public, he lost all interest in the deal, canceling planned trips by both Bolton and the president to Denmark. Trump didn't want to pursue it unless it could be done in secret. Bolton resigned as national security advisor a few weeks later. Meanwhile, Ron Lauder, who was also the president of the World Jewish Congress, had met again with Vladimir Putin, ostensibly to discuss issues of interest to the Jewish community in Russia. Kremlin records confirmed that Lauder met with Putin on March 19, 2019, right when the administration's still private talks on Greenland were at their peak. Lauder went on to make a series of direct investments in Greenland, including in the infrastructure, energy, mining, and consumer sectors, with some analysts warning that Lauder's investments were strategic in nature and intended to eventually facilitate American control over the island. Venezuela has long been a source of irritation for the United States, an important oil producer and client state to both Russia and China. With unstable politics, different administrations had adopted policies intended to shape Venezuela in various ways. With its relative proximity placing it in the United States' sphere of influence, Putin believed he could use it as a platform for provoking Trump, much as the USSR had used Cuba in the 1960s. In December 2018, Putin sent 2 Tu-160 nuclear-capable bombers to Venezuela. Mike Pompeo, then Secretary of State, called the move two corrupt governments squandering public funds. The highly publicized action, which came days after President Maduro met with Putin in Moscow, was meant to irritate Trump. And as the BBC noted, Russia is not the only one sending its military jets to other countries. The U.S. has also sent planes to its allies, including Ukraine, whose relations with Moscow remain tense following Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. From Putin's perspective, he was only doing in Venezuela what the United States had already done in Ukraine. There's Fiona. Shortly afterwards, in the spring of 2019, Fiona Hill, the Bolton aide who was also fielding the Greenland deal, said that her team began to receive informal proposals from Russian counterparts that signaled their willingness to back off Venezuela if the United States would disengage in Ukraine. This is March, April, into May, when we were having a standoff over Venezuela, and the Russians at this particular juncture were signaling very strongly that they wanted to somehow make some very strange swap arrangement between Venezuela and Ukraine, Hill testified in October 2019. In March 2019, Russia had sent 2 planes full of troops and equipment to Venezuela, provoking the administration. Predictably, Trump didn't like it. He said at the time, Russia has to get out of Venezuela. It was in this context that the Hill's team received these informal offers of compromise rooted in the Monroe Doctrine. From Hill's testimony. In other words, if we were going to exert some semblance of the Monroe Doctrine of Russia keeping out of our backyard, because this is after the Russians had sent in these 100 operatives essentially to secure the Venezuelan government and to preempt what they were obviously taking to be some kind of U.S. military action. They were basically signaling, you have your Monroe Doctrine. You want us out of your backyard. Well, we have our own version of this. You're in our backyard in Ukraine. And we were getting that sent to us, kind of informally through channels. It was in the Russian press, various commentators. Bolton wasn't having it. As Hill recounted, I was asked to go out to Russia in this time frame to basically tell the Russians to knock this off. Hill also discovered connections between the Venezuelan energy sector and similar investments in Ukraine, specifically connecting through Trump ally Rudy Giuliani. In the course of from Fiona Hill, in the course of my discussions with my colleagues, I also found out that there were Ukrainian energy interests that had been in the mix in Venezuelan energy sectors, as well as the names, again, of Mr. Parmas and Mr. Fruman, and this gentleman, Harry Sargent, came up. And my colleague said these guys were notorious in Florida and that they were bad news. What Hill had discovered was a connective lever fronted by Giuliani, Parnas, and Fruman between Rosneft, the Russian oil giant, which controlled much of the Venezuelan oil sector, and Gazprom, the Russian natural gas giant, which was heavily invested in Ukraine. There's Lev. I think Lev has to tell us more about Rudy Giuliani. I want to hear from all the former Trumpers, okay? I want Michael Cohen to tell us what he knows about Epstein and the Lisa Johnson. What's the name of that case? Forgive me. Katie Johnson. I want to know what Michael Cohen knows about all the Katie Johnson stuff and the rapes and the other things. I want to know what Lev knows about Rudy Giuliani and the Hunter. And I need to hear it louder. Because I hear a lot from Lev, but I want to hear more about what actually happened and stuff like that. So I'm sorry. I'm going to check up with chat here. Millet gave him a chainsaw. Yeah. I don't want to think about Trump reliving. Yeah, exactly. God damn it. We are not his piggy bank. I know, Grace Lisa. I'm surprised Bolton didn't tell Trump right away to forget about Greenland. Fuck. I'm so tired of all these guys. Ron Lauder, who had ties with Epstein, did he really? I didn't know if he did or not. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. Minnesota lawmakers dropping the facts live now on CARE. Where are we? Do we have something going that I should go to now? Do we have something going? Let's listen to them. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Is the White House briefing happening? Oh, fucking hell. Hold on. Shit. I didn't think it was that early. Okay, I know we're going to listen to the good part, Al, but sometimes we listen to the bad people too here. So I apologize in advance because they're just bad. And I know they're bad, but That's why we listen to them, so that we can understand what we're up against. But it can be very frustrating. All right. Let's see what we got. Edward! Oh my God. And I'm a Lolo-holic. I love you. Thank you so much. Care 11, thank you so much. All right, I'm going to pull that up while we listen to this little Nazi. And then thank you.
Good afternoon, Jackie. Thank you for that. Thanks for coming in on a snow day for the rest of the government in the country. And as much of the country feels the impacts of that winter storm, President Trump continues to monitor the situation closely, and he has remained in constant contact with FEMA and emergency responders. President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, enabling these states to access critical federal resources to supplement their response efforts if needed. These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe. The White House will continue to correspond directly with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday.
The criminals will let us know why they shot him. We will wait for them to concoct their story about where is your cross? It must be under. They're trying to overshadow the Minnesota lawmakers. I know. Well, and this is their normal time. But I'm going to tell you right now, I've got the lawmakers teed up, so we're going to listen to both of them.
Tragedy occurred as a result of a
I'm
deliberate
listening
and
to the
hostile
Nazis
resistance
so I can
by
pull them
Democrat
apart.
leaders in Minnesota.
Oh, Max,
For
I'm
weeks,
sorry.
Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Fry and other elected Democrats were spreading lies about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets: murderers, rapists, pedophiles, human traffickers, and gang members. Governor Walz and Mayor Fry have shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who are just trying to lawfully perform their duties, which has created dangerous situations for citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored
I really like the
and
question and
dismissed
answer period
because it
of
undermined the
because I know what
Democrat.
she's going to say.
Americans voted for him to deliver on that very promise, and he is. As the duly elected president, the president is fulfilling the
really
will
upset.
of the people by arresting and
really
removing
upset.
these threats from our country
She is
in
super
cities
upset.
from Los Angeles to New York.
Yeah, you're
and
thinking
yes,
of Fawn Hall, different one.
Minneapolis.
Fiona Hill
Yet
did not
Democrat
have
leaders
a
in Minnesota with sanctuary
sex
city
scandal.
policies have actively defied federal immigration law and the will of the people. And as a result of that defiance, 2 Minnesotans have now tragically lost their lives on the streets of Tim Walz's state. It is President Trump's hope and wish and demand for the resistance and chaos to end today. That's why President Trump spoke with...
Okay, I'm just going to tell you what she's saying. We'll talk over her until she gets to the question and answer period. So, you know, we hear a lot of people talk about why we're here and what we're doing. And It would just really be great if there was collective energy towards one of the major reasons we're here again, which is disinformation, and also the glorification of billionaires. And, I just keep going back to this one thing, and that is because through the big ugly bill, through all of the minutia of what we watch in Congress, the codification of eliminating environmental protections, the codification of eliminating services to communities, all of that is happening in what feels like the dark, because we are seeing all of this on the top level, all the real and very, very real pain that is being caused by this regime. But I just don't get the sense that we're really talking and connecting it to the overall overarching reason that this regime literally needs to destroy institutions which are imperfect, right? I'm not saying they're perfect, but they are hell-bent on destroying institutions that would at any point hold them accountable for what they seek to create, which is, as we've said, a world without accountability, a world without taxes, a world without services for others, a world without liberalism. I mean, it's really anti-liberalism. And I really feel like the thing that Gal said way back when was, why are we all not focused on removing money from politics? I would feel like right, left, middle, whatever, could really get behind getting money out of politics. And it's really mind-boggling to me that, and maybe it's we just don't have the national voices that are able to galvanize people around those concepts and to really speak, because the disinformation machine is really important to the preservation of fascism. I don't know. Here we go.
Why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caroline. Jordan Conrad's from Gateway Pundit. I have a few questions. First, with respect to the shooting in Minneapolis, we're seeing massive outrage from mainstream media and the left, but I'm just wondering, where was that outrage when Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran, was executed by...
Okay, I'm going to do it. I don't care. Ashley Babbitt was climbing. There is a high likelihood you will be shot. And that, I'm sorry, she really did fuck around and find out, because she wanted to try and hurt or stop the peaceful transfer of power. And so the officer discharged his duty, and I'm not happy about it. I don't want to see anybody get killed. But the bottom line is these two things are not the same. They're just not. And you can, if you want police reform, if you want to fight with us for police reform, fantastic. Let's do it. Let's do it. But I don't think that's actually what you're interested in. I think you're interested in a false equivalence and a both sidesing of this, which is not, it's weak. And it's not the argument that you should be making. How the hell does DHS have authority to investigate something they don't have the resource? They have $1.7 billion. Anyway, so this
Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, who she posed no threat to in the U.S. Capitol.
Well, you raised a very important point, which I also believed I just raised as well in those opening remarks, in that there has no doubt been selective outrage by the liberal biased media in picking and choosing victims and highlighting their stories. And as I've said,
Attorney General just days before this
why do you get
shooting
two
in
questions?
That she should be held accountable for
well,
these remarks.
such dangerous rhetoric, as I pointed out, is in Border Patrol.
Whoa. Oh my God,
Somebody who has convicted crimes against an innocent child, and you are trying to obstruct me from doing my job. This rhetoric against...
Okay. The guy who they shot on the street first of all, the guy that they were looking for yesterday didn't have any crimes against children in the records that they released. There was no crimes against children. In fact, it's very questionable as to whether or not there were any significant crime history of this person they were trying to abduct. There's a lot of disinformation and misinformation about who he was, whether or not it was like he was in jail in Minnesota for a minute and then released. Like there's all kinds of discrepancies about the person that they were trying to, the dangerous criminal they were trying to remove. Yeah, like bullshit. So are we not allowed to carry at protests? Can we revisit Rittenhouse if bringing a firearm to... Yeah, exactly. Which I guess you could make the argument that Rittenhouse actually did intend to kill people because bitch walked around with his gun in his hand looking for people to shoot. Yeah, no, they lied. That guy hasn't been released. Oh, he hasn't been released? Oh, you're kidding me, Karen. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. This is like the worst Nazi. These are the stupid Nazis. We don't even have the smart Nazis, y'all. We didn't get any smart Nazis. We got all the stupid Dunning-Kruger Nazis. We got the LARPing Nazis who actually have real ammunition. Oh, my God. I don't even know. If you're not really pissed off, I don't understand how you're not pissed off. I just don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. Target of immigration. Not released. Let me see if I can find this. Shit. Do you have a link on? Do you have any kind of source on that, Karen? I would love to pull up that. I mean, really, we've got this. These are the dumb Nazis that actually don't think it all the way through. At least the Nazis, the Wannsee conference, at least the Wannsee conference, they talked it out. I mean, yeah, I want to. Hi, Mom said, how are you, sweetheart? Yeah, ICE is responsible for 2 of the 3 deaths. Yeah. And we talked on Friday about the 5-year-old boy. And, I'm sorry. I don't know how you're a human and you don't say, wow, this is wrong. Like there's something wrong here, Like, you cannot feel sorry for adults who get hurt by ICE. That's fine. Like, you don't have to have sympathy for adults. But to literally, I just want you to imagine what it's like for a 5-year-old to be in the car with his father. I think they were close to home or near home when the father's approached to be taken into custody and runs. I think he was actually close to his driveway because the story is that the kid was picked up as he's walking up the driveway and then used as bait to try and get other people to come out of the house. I don't know. I just don't know if you've ever had a 5-year-old in your life, right? Like maybe you don't have children in, like all the time, but if you've ever had like a 5-year-old nephew or whatever, or you've ever seen like a daycare, or a preschool, where you see 5-year-olds in action. I just can't get over the fact that to be 5 years old and in an unknown situation and away from your family members and someone is trying to hurt your dad and everyone is scared. Can you imagine what it must be like to see that happening around you? And then you're at your own door. But instead of being able to hug your mom and be safe, right? Because we teach kids, don't go with strangers. To have a 5-year-old then be put on a plane. What must that have been like? And I don't even know where that little boy is now. I think he's in Minnesota, but in a family detention center. There's no way on earth that a decent human being can think that that is okay. And it's not the little boy's fault, and it's not the family's fault, and it's not the father's fault. I don't think that father was abandoning his child. I think that father was afraid that if he stayed with his child, that they would take them both. I don't think people refuse to open the door. I think those agents use that little boy to try and get people to come out of the house. And I can't imagine what that mom might have been going through on the other side of the door. I don't know. I don't know if I would have had the ability not to open the door and take my child. I don't know. I can't judge. I don't know what was happening or what was said or anything. But I just feel like there's been so many tipping points that tell us that this is wrong on its face, that we shouldn't, as a country, take a beat and having a conversation about what have the courts said, right? Because we are a nation of laws. What have the courts said about this immigration crackdown? Because time and time again, they have said that it is illegal. I'm going to say, I don't think anyone's arguing with not wanting a serial killer living next to you. I don't think anyone is saying that. But you're not picking up serial killers. You're picking up people that work in the hospital, people that, people who work people who are day laborers who basically go out every day and hope to God they're going to make something so that they can feed their family or pay a bill or, God forbid, just enjoy their life. Yeah, especially when there's a worldwide sex ring that could still be happening. I mean, this is the thing, that I don't know. It's really hard to fight against something that is so fucking ridiculous. Yeah, and somebody bit someone's finger off. Fuck off. Prove it. Using children as bait in human shields is definitely... Yeah, no, it's definitely... I mean, it's really, Brett, it's really the bad guys in general that use children. So, unfortunately, everybody, all the Nazis do it, regardless of where they are. But yes, I know your point is well taken. Oh, DHS not having an investigation system. I thought they did have, but DHS investigations is a thing. I don't know that means that they investigate things, so I'm not trying to stand up for them, believe me. But, but you know what? Actually, I do have this, she's really disappointing me, as usual. As usual, I'm disappointed. I was hoping there'd be more like, oh, here we go. This guy might ask a question. Let me see. Okay. All right. Sorry. Forgive me. We're going to stay with this a little longer, and then I promise I'm going to go to something else.
Go ahead.
Be looking into her for justifying violence.
I would defer you to the Department of Justice on that.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding Minnesota, on Saturday, the Department of Homeland Security posted that Preddy looks like he wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Stephen Miller on Saturday posted that, or called Preddy a would-be assassin. Why did administration officials jump to conclusions before an investigation had even been conducted?
Well, look, this has obviously been a very fluid and fast-moving situation throughout the weekend. As for President Trump, whom I speak for, he has said that he wants to let the investigation continue and let the facts lead in this case.
With regards to the deployment of Tom Homan to Minneapolis, should the deployment of Mr. Homan to Minneapolis be seen as a sign that the president is dissatisfied with how the officials on the ground had handled the incident?
No, Mr. Holman is doing an exceptional job, and he has been working with Secretary Noem and President Trump over the course of the last year. Secretary Noem still has the utmost confidence and trust of the President of the United States, and she's continuing to oversee the entire Department of Homeland Security and all of the immigration enforcement that's taking place across the whole entire country. Of course, Secretary Noem is also in charge of FEMA, and we are in the wake of a brutal winter storm where hundreds of thousands of Americans have been impacted by that. So Borders Are Holman is in a unique position to drop everything and go to Minnesota to continue having these productive conversations with state and local officials. And I know that he's catching a plane in just a few hours to do just that at the request of the president. Jennifer.
On Saturday's shooting, has the president been briefed, and have you been briefed on specific details of the shooting? How many shots were fired? How many guns discharged? And I mean, did the protesters' gun go off, or only the officers' guns? Do you have any of those details?
Again, the investigation is continuing, Jennifer, and we will let the facts lead. And
Caroline had to take a panic drink. Did you see that, everybody? That's a panic drink.
He's catching a plane in just a few hours to do just that at the request of the president.
I went too
Jennifer.
far back.
On Saturday's shooting, has the president been briefed, and have you been briefed on specific details of the shooting? How many shots were fired? How many guns discharged? And I mean, did the protesters' gun go off, or only the officers' guns? Do you have any of those details?
Again, the
It's a panic drink. It's a panic sip, everybody. She's panicking. She is panicking. She is panicking. These people know that they're wrong. They know that they're wrong. They know. They know that this is wrong.
investigation is continuing, Jennifer, and we will let the facts lead, and we will let the facts play out in this investigation. I do know that HSI and FBI are conducting interviews with those that were involved in the agent.
Hey, Caroline, you might want to talk to Crash Patel, because he basically said yesterday that the FBI is not involved, that HSI rather, home insecurity investigations, and DHS. So that is literally, you need to talk to Crash, because he has already said that he's not involved. Or maybe you guys cut him out. I don't know. Your drama is your drama, but Crash is not read in on this.
Who were involved in this unfortunate tragedy on Saturday.
Are they keeping the president up to date on all those details?
The president is obviously very much on the ball with respect to this investigation. I think he's made that quite clear with the various statements that you've seen him put out, and also the 4 points that the president has outlined as well to Governor Walz, and to encourage him to cooperate with ICE and with the administration. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. To follow on Gabe's question, Secretary Noem said Alex Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Preddy a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them?
Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Preddy in that way. However, I have heard the president say he wants to let the facts in the investigation lead itself.
Was he alarmed to hear his top officials referring to him in that way, rushing to that judgment?
They are panicking. They are panicking. There is tons of panic in that room. I can smell the sweat mixed with Gina Tay coming off her blonde body. I can smell the desperation. I mean, she's starting to get moist, right, in her pits. Like her pits are starting to get moist, and her breath is like catching. She's turning a little like flesh, although she's got a lot of foundation on, so you can't quite tell. The flesh isn't coming through. But Caroline is panicking. Caroline is panicking. She smells like sweat and Gina Tay right now. Yeah. Either I'm mistaken or I read erroneous info. The target. Federal officials claimed they were targeting a person named Jose Huerta Chuma, an undocumented immigrant with a history. Yeah. Hi, CA Productions. Wow, haven't seen you in a minute. The revolution, I don't know. How is the revolution going? Are you joining us? Finally, have you come to your senses? God, they're all coming today. We've got them all coming today, kids.
Penny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. On Stephen Miller's comments, will Stephen Miller be apologising to the family of Alex Pretty for calling him, quotes, an assassin who tried to murder federal agents, despite the fact that, as you say, this is still under investigation?
Look, again, this incident remains under investigation, and nobody here at the White House, including the President of the United States, wants to see Americans hurt or killed and losing their lives in American streets.
Oh, really? Because he wanted Ilhan Omar dead.
We mourn for the parents. As a mother myself, of course, I cannot imagine the loss of life, especially losing one's child.
I think you kind of get off on it a little bit,
and that
bitch.
same empathy from the president goes for the parents of angel families, parents of victims of illegal alien crime across our country as well. And that's exactly why the president continues to be wholeheartedly committed to deporting the worst of the worst criminals from our country. Why don't we go to the back? Kelly.
Does the president believe that the killing, though, was a mistake? Has he expressed that at all?
Again, the president has said, we have to review it, and this investigation needs to continue, and he's letting the facts on the investigation lead itself.
Does he want body camera footage to be released to the public? Now,
that's not something I've heard the president commit to, so I won't do that from the podium. Sure.
Carrie, how serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state officials in Minnesota are actively coordinating with demonstrators through encrypted or non-encrypted communications, as well as providing government resources to impede immigration enforcement operations?
I'm sorry, Carrie, could you repeat your question?
I'm sorry, but this is perfect. This is perfect. This is perfect. Yeah, CNA, this isn't the same type of chat as other chats. We don't do that here. So if you want to hang out, that's great. If you're going to be weird, then be weird somewhere else, because we don't have time for that. Anyway. Yeah, so well, it's not even that it's serious. It's just that it's not Chudley. So that's all. We're just not Chudley, and we don't. It's just not. We're not. It's boring. It's boring. Yeah. Oh no, I know. I'm sure you did. Okay. Anyway, so first of all, the gentleman apparently that they were looking for, I don't think we have all the reporting, but no, he didn't have a dangerous criminal record. He had some misdemeanors, traffic offenses. I think there was an attempted domestic violence kind of assault. So definitely, and no one is arguing. See, this is the problem. The people who want this happening are seeking some kind of false equivalence, right? Like, I think that nobody is actually saying that they don't want, criminals actually adjudicated. We would love criminals adjudicated. We have a criminal in the White House who has escaped adjudication for many, many, many of his crimes. So if anything, we are definitely the law and order team, but this isn't law and order. This isn't going after the worst of the worst. This isn't, this is trying to take over state governments and make people believe like you believe. That is fascism. Like, Heather Cox Richardson did this amazing few minutes of just mapping between like, fascism in the 30s and fascism now, and literally saying, here's examples of fascism that are happening now, and not just one or two. It's like systemic and built, and it is to destroy liberalism. It is to destroy safety nets. It is so that billionaires, millionaires, rich people, however you want to call them, it's so that they don't have accountability for their actions. This is why they need regulations removed, so that they can build with impunity and just kind of create, ruin the environment without having that oversight. This is why the tax bill codified 100% expensing for companies. I think people do not understand that this tax bill, that big ugly bill, literally codified billionaires never having to pay their fair share. And not even committing to create jobs. Because guess what, kids? This economy is starting to go into that, what did they call that? The duplicity or whatever it is, where you've got growth in corporate whatever, growth in the economy without jobs. That's what we're experiencing now. And it's just the beginning, which is why it doesn't feel so bad, right? Like it doesn't feel like things are really shifting really fast. But at the end of the day, this is this is a destruction, a seek to destroy the programs and the protections, consumer protections, environmental protections, all of those things. It is a way to dismantle those, to move it out of the way so that profits can be unfettered. And they'll sit there and tell you that you too have a chance to be a billionaire, but you don't. And you never will. So I wish a lot more people were a lot more angry about how people are fucking with their future. If you don't want to think about other people's future, great. Think about your own future or your children's or your grandchildren's future. And the fact that sometimes bureaucracy can be real boring and real unsexy and all of those things. But then also sometimes bureaucracy, processes, oversight, sometimes those things protect people, because at the end of the day, there are some people that are just going to try and enrich themselves any way that they can. And I'm old too. I remember 1976. I was in 6th grade. I'm 62 years old. I was in 6th grade and I had a little bonnet on. I should find that picture because my 6th grade picture is actually one of my favorite school pictures. Because I was dressed up as a colonial woman and I've got my goofy glasses on and my goofy everything, my goofy smile, my goofy awkward kid stuff. So there's no, unfortunately, you're in the wrong place because we're all old, CA, or whatever. What are you, CNA, CA? Are you the same as Bob Cox and AMC Kingdom? Are you all the same person? I feel like you're all the same people. I don't know. I can't get, you're so indistinguishable to me that I just I see your name and I feel like you're just the same person, but different handles. I don't know. That could be me. All right. I don't even know if I want to continue with hers because as Al reminded us, there is this, which is the lawmakers in Minnesota speaking about this shooting. So I'm going to play this and let it go so that we can listen to, and then I'll smoke some weed. It'll give me a chance to smoke some weed and drink some coffee too. So best of both worlds. Did I have a blunderbuss? No, I didn't. Oh my God. No, I was probably like I was a lady. I was a little colonial lady. I have to find that picture because it's just really goofy. I mean, I laugh at it and it's me, so I shouldn't probably laugh at my own photos, but I do. It was pretty stupid. Okay. So the setting is, this is a town hall, basically, I think, or actually it's just Minnesota lawmakers speaking on what is currently happening in Minnesota. So I was so cute, Jay. I was really awkward in 6th grade, but I was pretty cute. I wasn't cute. I was pretty ugly. I was cute ugly, okay? All right, there's a thing called cute ugly. I was cute ugly. Okay.
We faced a very severe tragedy with the loss of Alex Peretti, a community member in Minneapolis, who was shot and publicly executed by ICE agents. And invasion, we're getting out the most important information and updates and stories from our communities. This weekend, we faced a very severe tragedy with the loss of Alex Peretti, a community member in Minneapolis, who was shot and publicly executed by ICE agents. We are a city 100% in grieving, especially after a day of truth and freedom where tens of thousands of us came to protest and general strike against this ICE occupation and to say, immediately ICE out. While we are in shock, while we are in grief, we are still in resistance and we are still resolved. And I'm really, really proud of every single community member in Minneapolis and Minnesota, and grateful to all of the people across the nation and the world that have been showing solidarity with us in this moment. I'm really grateful to the representatives and officials that are here on this call. The first representative that we'll have on today is Representative Aisha Gomez.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Chowdhury, for having me. My name is Aisha Gomez. I serve as the state representative for District 62A, south side of Minneapolis. 26th and Nicollet is in my district. And that is where Alex Preddy was executed in the street extrajudicially by
I will go ahead and address that now. Did the country feel more united then to you? No, and I didn't think about it in those ways. Let's see, 1976, I was sixth grade. I was just beginning to get into more activism. When I got into high school, I ended up really getting into the anti-nuclear movement. And prior to that, my dad had been a prisoner of war in World War II, and my uncle died in the Doolittle raid. So my family had an incredible loss from World War II on, and my dad became a peace activist after coming back from the war, and really raised us to understand inequity in the country, and the civil rights movement was very important. My brother was a conscientious objector during Vietnam War. I mean, I think my family was very politically engaged, so I didn't really think of the country in terms of unity then. I thought of it in terms of that at least we could have dialogue, and that we had some shared facts, right? Like, I think in those days, CNA, I think we had more shared facts than we do now, right? We don't have shared facts right now. I think that's the major difference between, and I speak of this from a white person perspective. So, because I think the experience as someone who might be Black or Hispanic or Asian or anything in this country, I think your experience could be very different from mine, right? And so my perception of this country is really just coming from one perspective. And I think it's important, if we really want to understand, was it unified back then or not, it'd be really to talk about, like, all of the different communities and how people interact with each other. Did you say, yeah, my uncle was in the Doolittle raid and he got shot down over the China Sea and he drowned because he didn't know how to swim. So yeah, my uncle died. And my father, at the time my uncle died in the Doolittle raid, he was in a prison camp, and so he didn't know if he was actually told by his commandant that his brother had been killed. So I don't know. I just told you my age. The bottom line is I think that I am more disturbed now that we don't even have the ability to have the shared facts, right? Like, I just, that's what makes me the most sad. Like, we can't even, I don't know. I just think that's really in the way. Yeah. I don't know. But that's what I think.
Masked armed federal agents in front of a donut shop on a Saturday morning. He was protecting someone who had been assaulted by ICE agents just moments before he was killed. And Alex was an ICU nurse at the VA. He was a healer and a protector, and that's what he did in his last moments. He was filming the activities of the ICE agents. When he was killed, he had his hands up. One of his hands had a phone and one was empty and was up in the air. Immediately after killing this man in the street, the propaganda machine of the Trump administration, Kristi Noem, Greg Bovino, they started slandering him. They called him a domestic terrorist, Stephen Miller did. That's the white nationalist architect of this entire program, who works for President Trump. Greg Bovino and Kristi Noem said that he was intending to massacre officers. He was permit holding. He was a permitted gun owner. He had his firearm on him. They just showed the gun as though that was a pretext for killing him in the street. They said that he was brandishing the weapon. Now, of course, this spin propaganda, these lies, this slandering of this beloved community member who was killed is contradicted by many eyewitnesses and many, many videos. And so again, as with Renee Good, we are being asked to believe the lies of this administration over what we can see with our own eyes. And it's not working. It's not working. Just today, Chris Medell, I think is his name, who was running for governor on a Republican platform, withdrew, and he cited the actions of ICE as the reason that he was withdrawing from the race, saying that he could not associate with a party that was justifying this unconstitutional brutality in the streets of our biggest city. Congressional Republicans are cracking. They are saying that there needs to be a full investigation of this murder. The Department of Homeland Security has taken over the investigation from the FBI after the primary investigator in the FBI shooting at the FBI and the shooting of Renee Good resigned 2 days ago. We have local Republican senators and House members are saying that ICE needs to leave Minnesota. Their propaganda campaign is failing right now. They're sending in Tom Homan to replace Kristi Noem because she is doing such a bad job of advancing the lies of this administration. And so I just would say to our people, to our courageous and caring and loving Minnesotans who have been out in the streets every day for the last 6 weeks of this invasion by federal troops, you are winning. We are winning. It's hard to say those words when we know that people have lost their lives, that families are being separated, that people are living in fear, and that kidnappings are continuing to occur in immigrant communities and of Black and brown people going about their daily lives in our city. But what we are doing is the right work. It is righteous work. And we have to continue to not be afraid, to not be intimidated no matter what they throw at us, because our communities are on the line and our democracy is on the line. And so I'm heartbroken, I'm pissed off, and I am full of gratitude for the tens of thousands of Minnesotans who are in this struggle by our sides. And we're going to get through this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative, for those powerful words. We are winning. Alex Preddy was extrajudicially executed in the Whittier neighborhood. And so we will now go to the council member who represents the area, Council Majority Leader Aisha Chugtai.
Thank you, Councilmember Chowdhury, for having me today. My name is Aisha Chugtai. I live in the Whittier neighborhood. I represent South Minneapolis and Uptown. And I want to talk about what is happening in the Whittier neighborhood right now. Obviously, our community is heartbroken for Alex Preddy's loved ones. We are experiencing devastation. We are enraged. We are horrified by the occupation of our city. This occupation that has claimed the lives of Renee Good, of Alex Preddy, and continues to devastate and separate families, destroying the lives of our neighbors. And through this grief, our community is doing exactly what we have since the beginning of Operation Metro Surge. We are stepping up just like Alex Preddy did to take care of one another. And no matter what we are seeing happen, right, that showing up for our neighbors can be a death sentence right now, that we are continuing every single day to show up and support our neighbors and take care of each other. I've been saying all week that Whittier is the most organized neighborhood in the most organized city in the country, and we are strong and resilient, and we'll continue to hold each other up. So I want to talk about a couple of resources that our community has stood up since Friday. Right now, Copper Hen on Eat Street is collecting donations for medical supplies. And if you are someone who is in the area and you are hurt as you are resisting this federal occupation and legally observing what federal agents are doing to our community, that is the place to go. If you are And then B Resale, also on Eat Street, is collecting and distributing resources for rapid response. Muna Muno in Uptown alone has donated 4,500 bags of groceries to make sure families in our community are fed. If you're watching along, please check the description for a couple of links I want to lift up. The first is Whittier Alliance, which is our local neighborhood organization. They are collecting and distributing every day mutual aid supplies and supplies for protesters and for legal observers. So their office is located on right off of Eat Street on 25th and Nicollet. I, as we navigate these coming weeks, something that is on the mind of families here in Whittier, where 90% of residents are renters, is how important it is for us to defend our community. And the best way that we are able to keep families together right now is by making sure every family can be safe and in their home. That's why we need an eviction moratorium, something that only our governor is able to do by declaring a state of emergency. And it is so important that we continue to make calls for our governor to declare that state of emergency and enact an eviction moratorium, which is the strongest tool that we have right now in keeping families together. Thank you so much for having me again, council member. And as Representative Gomez said, we are winning. Our community is united, and we will get through this time together.
Thank you so much, council member. Next, we'll go to Council President Elliott Payne for some additional city-specific updates.
Thank you, Councilmember Chowdhury. What we experienced was extremely heartbreaking, and one of the very first things that people started to do was to convene for vigils, and we saw vigils happening all across the city on Saturday night. But at the site where Alex was killed, there was increased security. The city had requested, by way of MPD, support from the National Guard. If you did go to the vigil where Alex was killed, you would have seen some of those National Guard members out there holding a vehicle perimeter around that site just to keep the area secure. It was a very limited in scope request. And after those vigils were done, the National Guard did leave the city. They're back on standby with no further requests from them at this time. A separate request that came directly from the state was for the National Guard to go to the Whipple building, but they went to the Whipple building to go build relationships with the people that were holding space there. They brought coffee and donuts. It was just purely a relationship building exercise, not by way of request from the city for any kind of quelling protest, but a request from the state to make sure that the people who are at the Whipple building know that the National Guard are working for the state, not for the federal government.
Okay, I'm going to cut it off there, and then I'm going to link this. This looks like we're about halfway through. But that's interesting. I didn't realize that they had gone, because they did say something about the National Guard going over to the Whipple building, and they acted like it was some kind of emergency for them to go to the Whipple building. And if what this gentleman is saying is correct, it turns out that the National Guard was asked to just go to Whipple to make sure that everybody was kind of calm and that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Preddy had every right. Yeah, he was carrying legally. And as far as I can tell, he never took it out of his back loop, his back belt loop. So yeah, apparently that's the case. And, you said earlier, CNA, isn't it interesting we all see the same tea leaves and yet have so many different interpretations? Why do you think that is? Because I actually don't understand the other interpretations. I mean, barring certain details, like I don't have all the answers. I don't know what actually, but there are definitely things that you can put together that explain why we are where we are. So I am curious to know why do you think that people read tea leaves differently? And why do you think that I don't share the same perspective on what is happening to this country as a lot of people on this website? It is interesting. I would love to know the answer because I don't actually understand how anyone could support this or could think that this is the right thing. Even if you look at the economics of the situation, which we've looked at in depth here at the show, even if you do the math and you run the economics, that still doesn't work. So I'm confused, actually, as to where the differences are so reasonable. I actually don't think having huge differences of opinion on the right or wrong of this regime is reasonable. I don't see how any thinking person could look at what this regime has done and what they plan on doing or have read about what they think they're doing. I don't know how any reasonable person could not say that is stupid and intended to only enrich people who already have enough resources to live 10 times over. I don't know. I don't know how you square those things in your mind. I don't know how you, I do know. Actually, I do know. I do know how people do it. I do know how people do it. They don't read. They don't pay attention. They listen to what Steve Bannon says on the War Room, and they think that's the only interpretation of the news that they need, right? And so if you're getting your news, if you're so hell-bent on not paying attention to CNN, which CNN and MS Now have become right-wing media by ownership. You just have to look at the change in ownership in CNN and MS and the program, the station, whatever, the channel, I don't know, the news directors. You just have to look at the changes in those to see where the shift has been. Yeah, and it's just in terms of production, right? People have left MSNBC. So from an editorial standpoint, it's not the same as it might have even been a few years ago when you might have, I just don't, yeah, I don't know. It's all such a part of the propaganda in terms of painting somehow leftists as being leftist when it's really just humanist, right? Like we're not really, it doesn't, this is why it's so angering to me. Because if we shared some facts, you can have your own truth around facts, right? People do have their own truth. But you cannot have different facts. And unfortunately, that has what has been damaged significantly in the last decade, is that we can no longer agree on the actual facts, never mind what you want to interpret those facts as, right? Which becomes your truth. But the facts should never change. So it is convenient to leave out certain facts, right? So that you can reinforce your ideological control over people, right? But it doesn't change the facts. Like, the former president is guilty, an adjudicated rapist, and a financial fraudster. There is no reason that we should not have been able to investigate what happened with the documents that came out of the White House and with the plan to insurrect the election in 2020. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to cover those facts and share those facts. But we can't do that. So I can't even have arguments with people on the MAGA side because we don't even start from the same basic place. So never mind me trying to appeal to your human nature and the fact that I think that right-wing people should have just as much a right to speak openly as I do. I just want disinformation labeled. That's all. I don't even want to censor the disinformation. I don't know how many times I can tell people that. I'm not into censorship. I am into labeling and saying, this is your opinion. Those are your feelings. But facts don't get twisted. They don't. They get twisted when you apply some propaganda to them. Yeah, that's propaganda, though. That's not a fact. Then it's not a fact. If it gets twisted, it's not a fact. Because you still have the fact at the end of the fucking day. I'm just asking that if we can start from a place of sharing certain basic information about what did or did not happen. The Hunter Biden laptop, first of all, was curated, was made up. There's also information out there about that. And no, the government didn't, the media didn't try and hide the Hunter Biden story. It was fucking out a month before the election. So fuck everybody off. Okay? They just are mad that it didn't take harder. That's what they're mad about. Anyway, sorry, I'm going all over the place. It feels so weird not to see any of the media about the shooting in real time. That was the moving timeline. The Mount St. Helens eruption led to significantly increased snowfall in the 80s. Really? The one that walks all the way around and sees it from all perspectives is the one with more. But you can't. But nobody can see it from all perspectives, Brett. That's not realistic. That's not realistic. There's inherent bias. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. No, they're not. Okay, but these are not. This isn't an upside down number. The facts I'm discussing are not an upside down number. It's not the vision of a 6 or a 9. This is not agreeing that certain things did or did not happen. This is saying that it's okay what this administration is doing, even though court after court after court after court after court have told them that what they're doing is not legal. And that's because the rules are different now. Because the insurrectionists won. And now what the game is holding on to power and crushing a subversion of their, not plan, but their intention to strip away all the programs, to strip away all of the programs that assist people in order to really, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Lie about facts. That's a good start. Writing a song. Be right back. Okay, go ahead. I don't know what that means. That face when you interpret reality via memes. Well, that's where we are, Max. We've got a lot of meme culture. Okay, I don't know what you're doing, Kat. When my kid was little, I used to make a luge run in my backyard. I'd go at night with a water. That sounds like fun. It sounds like injury, but it also sounds like fun. But with situations like Alex Preddy, we have the side reporting the facts of what can be seen, exactly, and the other side just making lies up. They claim to be brandished. They claim he brandished a weapon but cannot show it. Yeah, exactly. So there are different degrees. It's not all just, I don't know. I'm not a good generalization person, but I really think that at the end of the day, I'm not feeling very hopeful today. Other days I can feel hopeful. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm very concerned about the elections coming up. I don't like the fact that Greg Phillips is in the position that he is. That's a very bad sign to me. Very bad. I did not see this, and the claim is troubling. Yeah, absolutely. They say that he didn't brandish. I mean, I've seen it. I just, you can't make that up. It was in his back, in the back of his belt loop. You see the fucking cop remove the gun from his fucking belt loop. And what probably happened is one of those Nimrods who had the gun in their hand, it went off, and then all the Nimrods started shooting the guy. I think that's literally what happened. Okay? I think that's literally what happened. I mean, this is so exhausting. I just don't want to fight like stupid arguments of trying, like, if we can agree that yes, you can work on immigration in this country. Absolutely. Fix it. Do whatever you need to. I mean, not do whatever you need to, but that's what they're doing now. It's about law, bad decisions aside. What does that mean? What does that mean? It's about the law. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that means. But I think the point of that sounds like the most obvious explanation. Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't know what the facts are going to will out. And it should be pretty disturbing to people that the federal government doesn't want to cooperate with local law enforcement. Now, I know they're claiming, again, this is the spin, they're claiming that local law enforcement doesn't want to or isn't being cooperative or isn't whatever. But it really seems like it's the other way around, where the feds are not allowing the local law enforcement to collaborate. And that should feel weird to anyone. Lolo, would you take a firearm to a protest even if legal? I might. Because you know what happened, CNA? Do you know what happened? Alex never took his gun out. So apparently he's not the gun nut that everybody wants to paint him as, because he didn't even take the gun out when he was approached by the officers. Excuse me. Like, again, the facts, those pesky little facts. You know, like, I don't know. I'm not really one to have a firearm, so I can't really answer if I would or wouldn't, because I don't really think of myself as a firearm person. So, I mean, there's that. But I think we have a perfect example of a gun-toting person who showed up and did not pull out his gun. So it seems to me that if he is like, yeah, exactly. What about the good guys with the gun? It seems to me that Alex was like the quintessential gun owner, the responsible gun owner who had the gun with him. He's allowed to do that. I don't know why he's doing it. You'd have to ask him. Oops, you can't because he's dead. He didn't pull it. He didn't pull the firearm. And I agree. Fuck the Second Amendment, because frankly, it is poorly and ambiguously worded and is from a time that is is totally different from what we're in now. Did you see him pull one illegally? He didn't pull one. Yeah, did you see something, CNA? Is this your tea leaves coming up again? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just the dork that takes this stuff seriously. I'm sorry. I feel so seriously about human rights, and I'm scared for people to be shot in the face. And I'm scared for myself, because I had a conversation with my daughter the other day, and she said, you have to promise me one thing. Yeah, he wasn't at a protest. He was at a donut shop. Yeah, he didn't. I know. Everybody's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. But I like, no one should get shot for even protesting. And no, Ashley Babbitt wasn't protesting. She was actively making her way towards elected leaders who the Secret Service is bound to protect. Oh, promise one thing. Yeah. So Bobo, my daughter, who is in Hungary right now, and so she's far away, she never tells me what to do, ever. She is so gracious and so supportive of what I do. And even though I could be the most embarrassing mother in the world, my daughter will never tell me not to do something. But what she said to me the other night, or 2 nights ago, I guess, is I need you to make a promise that if I veto anything you tell me you're going to, first of all, that you'll tell me everything you're going to do, which I do. And she said, I want you to promise me now that if I ask you not to go to something, that you will honor that. And that really hit me. And of course I promised it, and I know it's going to be hard because it's not that I think, I just think there's a chance anything can happen anytime. And if the ICE agents are getting if the ICE agents are getting this trigger happy, any one of us who are on the street can be a target. So I'm not personally like, oh my God, I'm a target. I'm just saying that as someone who wants to be out on the street, it is now an environment where I think there is a larger likelihood of trigger happy feds with live ammunition, Yeah, we got a lot of sea lions in this. Yeah, we got a lot of sea lions in here. So yeah, and I don't know. This is not good governance. This is not good law enforcement. This is not law and order. This is not any of that, right? It's not normal. It's not America. It's not whatever America was supposed to be. I really don't like that image because frankly, I don't think America has ever been anything to be completely proud of. Right? We have so much, one thing Al said to me, Al Munson, you're not here anymore probably, but you said once in a chat, I remember, the kids are going to take over now. Something more eloquent, but you basically said people have had enough. It was before the election, and I remember being like, no, it'll be fine. Come on, Al. Yeah, we're going to have to fight Kamala and Joe, or we're going to have to fight Kamala and Tim, and, we're going to have to fight for, Palestine and all that, but it's going to be okay. But you know what? I think now, Al, you were right. I think that this is the time when people will rise up and there will be a revolution and people are going to come out. I don't think we've begun to see the revolution. Let me put it that way. I don't think we've begun to see what people will do to resist this, and it makes me sad. And I am still hopeful that the elections will balance out the evil and allow us to get back to some sense of governance, and then we can fight for the things I'll fight Democrats all day long. By the way, I don't know if you know me, but I'll fight Democrats all day long about their policies and their their fucking AIPAC support. Get fucking AIPAC out of here, okay? How about start there? Can we all agree on that? Can we agree on super PACs? Can we reverse Citizens United? Is there a way? Can we start there? How's that for common ground? Get money out of politics. Who the fuck does not want billionaires buying fucking elections? Jesus Christ. Even the fucking chuds should be all over that shit. All over that. Hi, Black Bear. I didn't say hi to you earlier. Hi, sweetheart. ICE agents are accompanying Vance to Italy for the Olympics. Oh, that's right. You're in Italia. I mean, that's the thing. If we just started there, if we could all come together, ignore the other stuff. I mean, we'll ignore your bigots for a minute. Actually, we won't. But can we start with money in politics? And then we'll work on the fact that people are bigoted against trans and other communities in the world, because you got to fix that, because you can't play if you're going to be a bigot. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing any more bigots. You can't play. You got to shut the fuck up, go back under your rock, figure it out. Because if you can't just live and let live, I live and let you live, chuds. So you should do the same for everybody else. Mind your fucking business. That's my 2026. Mind your fucking business. And support rights for everybody. Everyone should be able to live in dignity. Everyone should be able to live in dignity. Everyone should have the right to equal opportunity. DEI is not the enemy. The people who hate DEI don't even fucking understand what DEI is or how it manifests. I know how it manifests in a workplace because I've had to run workplaces where we worked hard to make sure that diversity, equity, and inclusion was there available to everyone so that we had the best of the best. Talk about a merit-based system. Fucking merit-based is DEI. DEI fucking is merit-based, bitches. It is making sure that you have the access to as many wonderful, talented people, and that within your workspace, within your school, that you provide structure so that people can understand each other and get along if they don't. It can break stereotypes. That's what DEI does. It's not a quota, and it's not it's not reverse racism, and it's none of that. You're just mediocre. If you're white and you don't get the job, it's because you weren't qualified to get the job. So, fuck, man. I have more in common with my neighbor than a billionaire. Probably. I don't know. I mean, I know a billionaire. I mean, I don't know them currently, but I was friends with people who are probably at this point billionaires. But we should have more in common. Why wouldn't you have humanity in common? Why wouldn't you have uplifting each other in common? Why wouldn't you have celebrating the fact that diversity is such a beautiful part? And this fucking country, whatever concept this country claims to be, it claimed to be a melting pot of people from everywhere. Now, I get it. If you're white and you're totally scared of being replaced, okay, well, that's a you problem. That's not a them problem. It's not a me problem. It's a you problem. If you hate trans people and you don't want them around your children, that's a you problem. That's not the trans people problem. That's a you problem. If you have to use slurs that invoke trans or gay or other things, if that's the way you slur people, right? Like, oh, that's so gay. Well, that's a you problem. That means you're so weak that you can't find words to truly express what it is you want to express. So you have to be insulting. That actually means to me that you're stupider. I don't know. Anyway, wow, today's been a mess, hasn't it? But it's a beautiful mess as usual. This is a very human show. It's a very human show on the internet. I I'll refuse service to almost anyone. How about that? I'm an equal opportunity asshole. Yeah, looking at Bezos. I mean, and there's the other thing, man. Billionaires, where the fuck are the whatever leftist billionaires / millionaires / where's Hollywood? God fucking damn it. Say something. Tell the story. God. Tell the fucking story. I feel like we're walking through this like, oh, okay, well, okay, well, the new Meghan Markle soap is out, Yeah, what the fuck is a leftist billionaire? Is there? That's true. Do we have any of those? Well, this show has been a little bit like my brain all over the place. But somehow we managed to fill 4.5 hours. I don't know how we did it, but we did. You know, I just want us to get back to arguing about, I don't know, whatever we argued about before. We argued whether or not Nazis were okay. Whether or not we should let the Nazis investigate their own crimes. I want to get back to a time when that wasn't the decision in front of us. God. Oh, well, we'll keep trying. YouTube removed my post of the scanners exploding yet screenshot. I know. Oh my God, that was terrible. When we watched Scanners on Saturday, I had that picture and I didn't really see what the picture was. And and I'm like, the head exploding. Come on, that's so violent. We can't do that. If we're gonna play that game, yeah. Yeah, they count their money with the left hand. How do you do that? I guess if you're left-handed. That reminds me of last night, R.I.P. Dawn. Oh, I know. God, we watched Begonia yesterday in Discord. Oh my God. If you have not seen Begonia with Emma Stone, I don't know who the other actor was. I can't remember the guy who was Lenny. But if you have not seen Begonia, find a way to see it. Because it is so good. It is so disturbing and so good and beautifully shot, but such a good story. Really, I cannot recommend that movie enough. I can't stop thinking about it. And it was really I really enjoyed watching that with everyone. That was really good. So, all right, speaking of programming, we'll be here every day this week. We've got we have some Senate stuff this week. Oh boy, we've got the head of the NSA is going to be yeah, I really want the Begonia Mountainhead mashup. We have a Senate confirmation of the NSA director this week. We've got more about Minnesota and state level fraud, coming after California and all that kind of stuff. I say, California, just don't send your money to the Fed. Let's just keep our money. Let's not support the red states. How about that? How about the blue states hold back their money and then we'll see what happens. Then we'll see how a hit dog hollers. Hurt dog haulers or whatever. Yeah, thank you. Oh my gosh, entertaining. I hope so. I think today was a bit of a mess, but that's okay. Sometimes the shows are a mess and sometimes they go well. I don't know. I don't make the rules. I just show up. I show up and I turn on the lights and all of a sudden, there we go. But anyway, tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Pacific, same time, Wake and Bake here with me all week long. And also tomorrow night, documentary. I think I have the documentary picked. It's a documentary about autism. I can't remember the title of it right off the top of my head. I will, but I'll share that in Discord. And but if you have ideas for documentaries, we do watch documentaries on Tuesday in Discord, and so I have one picked, but I'm totally open to choosing others. So I'll drop that in Discord. People know. And then. Oh yeah, Friday we've got trivia on Friday night. So really, every morning, come back, share the morning with us. CNA, you're welcome to come back, even though you're an old drunk and a pain in the ass. You're welcome. And Robert, you've been banned, so I'm done with your nonsense. Go yank your dick somewhere else. Yeah, I think that's about it. All right, so I will see you later. I love you very much. Thank you for giving me so much of your time this morning. I really do appreciate it. I'm Lolo. I will see you tomorrow. My cat is sitting on the mouse. How's that for a paradox? Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Lolgo. It's with one hand. Neil, I see what you did there. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Bye.